1807. Moving on to item 2, the land acknowledgement. If we give my computer a second. I'm sorry, everyone, my computer has had a bit of a day today. Can we have a motion? I can't remember I don't have the last land acknowledgement. Can we have a motion to re-enter, to move back into the land acknowledgement after item 3?
Motion to enter into land acknowledgement after item 3.
Speaker, I can just pull it up.
That's fine, thank you. Sorry, McMunn has fried my computer.
Wait, actually, where can I find it?
Okay, we're just going to move. I'll bring it up in a second. We're just going to move forward. Can I have a second to Councillor Smith's request?
Seconded.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, we will move on to item 3, attendance. When I reach your name, please say here. If you are proxying, I don't believe we have a proxy yet, but in any case, if we reach a case and you have a proxy, please indicate so when we reach there. We will begin with Councillor Collins, Arts.
Here.
Councillor Krosick, Arts.
Councillor Krosick is having some technical difficulties. He'll be a minute or two late.
Councillor Smith, Arts.
I'm here.
Councillor Williamson, Arts.
Here.
Councillor Litvina, Arts and Science.
Present.
Councillor Mulvaney, Athletics.
Present.
Councillor Dewan, Clubs.
Present.
Councillor Lee, Dentistry. Councillor Bullhose, Education.
Present.
Councillor Kirksue, Engineering.
Present.
Councillor Reed, Engineering.
Present.
Councillor Page, First Year Council.
Present.
Councillor Bonin, Law.
Présent.
Councillor Gunderman, Management.
Present.
Councillor Coonson, Management.
Present.
Councillor Wan, Medicine. Councillor Kodadati, Music.
Present.
Councillor G, Nursing.
Present.
Councillor Morgan, PTOT. Councillor Fernandez, Science.
Present.
Councillor Sood, Science.
Present.
Councillor Zhang, Science.
Present.
Senator Daryanani.
Present.
Senator Parsons.
Present.
Councillor Morali, Services.
Present.
Councillor Drew, Social Work.
Present.
SMU President. SMU President's going to be late. Sorry, Wayne, you can change it. Thank you very much. VP University Affairs.
Je suis présent.
VP Student Life.
Here.
VP External.
Here.
VP Finance.
Present.
And Governance Manager. Has the Environment Representative indicated that they'd be attending tonight?
They should have access to the account, and I send them the invitation.
Yes, Counselor Ramey is here. So we're going to formally recognize the attendance of the new environment representative. We'll just wait.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Wayne, can you, parliamentarian, can you enter that in at the bottom, please? We'll also note the arrival of Counselor Karasik.
Counselor Ramey, did I spell that correctly?
Yes, you sure did.
Perfect.
All right, with that, we will move back on to item 2, the land acknowledgement. The SMU acknowledges that McGill University is situated on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe Nations, a place which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange amongst Indigenous peoples. The SMU recognizes and respects these nations as the traditional custodians of the land and water on which it is located. Moving on to item 4, approval of the minutes. We have one set of minutes to approve this evening, and it is the Legislative Council public minutes of 2021-01-14. The minutes have been distributed. Are there any corrections or changes to the agenda at this time?
Yes, I'd like to motion to move the confidential session to right after point 7.
We're on approval of the minutes right now.
My bad, sorry.
No worries, no worries. Are there any corrections or changes to the minutes at this time? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the minutes as distributed?
Motion to approve.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bonin, can I have a second? I'll take Councillor Wan. Unless Councillor Wan, okay. With that, is there any opposition? Hearing none, the minutes have been approved. Moving on to item 5, approval of the agenda. The agenda has been distributed. Are there any corrections or changes to the agenda at this time? VP Student Life.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to move confidential session to right before announcements, just so that we don't keep the ABC waiting.
Okay. Are there any other corrections or changes to the agenda at this time? Councillor Wan?
Sorry, I'd just like to call a point of order. I believe the Zoom link sent out by email a couple of weeks ago might have been incorrect. I had a problem joining the meeting, and I think some other councillors are also having issues joining the meeting currently.
So I'll note that was an issue at the first Legislative Council, but I confirmed it with the governance manager that the link that I had sent on last Monday, as well as the one in the calendar, has been updated to reflect the fact that we are using a different Zoom session. Are there any other individuals with amendments or corrections to the agenda at this time?
If I could further address Councillor Wan's point. So I had similar difficulties, and what I did was just from last council, the emergency link sent out by the speaker is the same one that we're using. So if we just flag that email and use it going forward, that should be good.
It also it's the correct, if anyone goes to their Google Calendar, it is the correct email within the Google Calendar. It is the correct Zoom link. Councillor Wan?
Yeah, sorry, the link that was on my calendar seemed to be the incorrect one. The one that was updated post the email you sent out, that's why.
All right, I can't say I really understand the technical issues. I'm not, just because, Google has issues. Thank you very much. We'll try and get that sorted. Are there any other individuals with corrections or changes to the agenda at this time? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Can I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, it will stand approved. Moving on to item 6, report of the steering committee. On behalf of the steering committee, we met on January 22nd, 2021 at 2:30 p.m. EST. All were in attendance. We reviewed new business this evening. There are 5 items of new business this evening, including 2 notices of motion and 3 motions. As well, we also reviewed business arising, and I believe that there are 3 of them. For presentations, we have 3 presentations this evening. We have 1, the Students' National Solution for a Fair Voting System, a finance commissioner, and the presentation concerning Dollarama warehouse workers. As always, we remind you to please be respectful and courteous towards the presenters at all times. And for steering committee innovations, as always, if you have any comments, questions, or suggestions, you are always welcome to send them to me at speaker@smu.ca. And lastly, there will be a confidential session this evening. Are there any corrections or are there any questions on the report of the steering committee? Hearing none, we will move on to item 7. Guest speakers. We will first begin with item 7A. It's a presentation concerning the Students' National Solution for a Fair Voting System. So I'll ask that those presenting, please, before presenting, spell your name for the purpose, introduce yourself, spell your name for the purpose of the minutes, as well as indicate your personal pronouns if you're comfortable doing so.
All right, so hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, so my name is Gabriel Lawrence Brook. So my last name is LAURENCE-BRAOOK, Lawrence Brook. So hi everyone, I'm pleased to meet you. So in normal life, I'm a student at University of Ottawa. I study ecological economics, but I'm here to talk to you about electoral reform. So as you can see, we have a student association called SSMU. So you have the French name for that. You can switch the slide if you want. Yeah, so broadly translates to National Student Association for a Fair Vote. So we're basically a student association advocating for electoral reform in Quebec. Of course, we are non-partisan, so we are not affiliated with any political party, and we are currently supported by 41 student associations or student unions across Quebec, so in total representing 230,000 students. So the presentation, I have like a couple slides. It's going to be, I hope, less than 10 minutes. And afterwards, I will answer all your questions you might have. So please feel free to ask anything. I'm going to broadly cover the topic, but of course it's a complex topic. So I can be more thorough in my answers to your questions after the presentation. So basically what we want to do as an association, we basically are a one-topic association on electoral reform. So it's pretty simple. We want to inform and mobilize the students in favor of electoral reform. We are also acting as in a support role for a coalition, a broader coalition led by an NGO here in Quebec called Mouvement Démocratie Nouvelle. So they are a broader organization advocating for electoral reform, and we're kind of like the student branch of that. And well, of course, we want to contribute to the debate regarding electoral reform, and we also want to act a bit in the lobbying process to put some pressure on the political parties here in the province, because a lot of them made a promise to change the electoral system, and we have yet to see the results. So we are also active on that. Next slide. So what's the issue basically? Well, of course, I would say that there's a big issue with our current electoral system, which is called first past the post. It's a system that we inherited from the English Westminster system. And it's an old system that is not really, that doesn't do a really great job at what it does. It's basically unfair because the majority of votes that we cast don't count. So we want to replace that system with a more proportional system, and I will go into details in the next slides, but just to give you a broad perspective of what we want to do. So we want to replace that system with a more proportional system so that each and every vote counts. And what's happening right now, why are we talking about this, is pretty much all of the Quebec major political parties, except one, so that is the Quebec's Liberal Party. So all those parties, all the other parties have agreed to put a new proportional system in place. And there's a bill currently that was introduced by the current government that is proposing to do that. So that's why it's important to talk about this now. Next slide, please. So just to sum up what's our current system right now, because all of you may probably know this already, but just as a starting point, our first past the post system is a pretty simple system when you think about it, because basically we have 125 ridings, and the candidate that wins the most votes in each and every riding gets the seat, so is elected member of the National Assembly. What that entails, though, is that all the other votes for all the other candidates, they do not count to decide who wins the election in that riding, and they do not count to decide the election in the province or in the country as a whole, because it's the same system for Canada, for the Canadian Parliament, right? And basically, who wins the election? It's the party that has the most seats. So you only need one vote more than your next opponent in a riding to get this seat. So that means to have a majority of seats, you don't need to have a majority of the votes. You only need to have a portion of the votes. And if you switch to the next slide, you'll see why that's a problem. Yeah, you can press the arrow a couple of times. So as you can see, the graph is in French. I couldn't translate it today, but you can see the results that each major party had in the last election here in Quebec in 2018 versus the proportion or the percentage of seats. So you can see there are major discrepancies, especially with the party that's in power right now, the CAQ, which receives less than 38% of the votes and still has a majority of almost 60% of the seats and controls government with that majority of the seats. And keep in mind that in our system, when you have a majority government, you control both the executive, the legislative, and the judicial power, because the government appoints the judges as well. So you can have basically 100% of the power with over 50% of the seats that you can have with 35 or 40% of the vote. So there's even a couple times in our history where the political party that got the government wasn't the party that won the popular vote. So this last happened in 1998. They basically have the same thing going in the US, same kind of system where you can get the government without having received the most votes. Donald Trump was elected without the popular vote, as you might know. So if we get back to here, this side of the border, why is that a problem? Well, of course, like just logically speaking, a government should have, like, if the government has a majority government, then it should have the majority of the votes, and the votes should be represented fairly in the attribution of seats in Parliament. That also means that for a voter, it's not really clear if your vote will count in the end, because most of the time when you're in a riding, there are only like 2 or maybe 3 major parties that have a chance of being elected in that riding. And if you vote for a third party that doesn't have this chance, then your vote will probably be just thrown out, and it won't even count in the representation of the parliament. So that leads to strategic voting. So that means people voting for parties which aren't their favorite parties, but like the second best or the least worst of two options, and that leads to cynicism. So basically, that's the problem with the system right now. Next slide. So what's the solution? We're basically proposing to have a system that has a component of proportionality. Like most major advanced democratic countries who have this kind of proportional aspect to their electoral system, yeah, you can press on the arrow a couple of times. So of course, we're not talking about a pure proportional system. A pure proportional system, they have that in Israel. It's, to my knowledge, the only country that has that. It's basically, you get the percentage of seats with the percentage of votes, and that's it, that's all. Like, there's no other thing to it. The problem with that is that fringe parties get, fringe or more extreme parties can get a lot of seats in government with that, and that's not really something we want. What we are proposing, and what a lot of people are proposing here in Quebec, is a system called regional mixed member proportional system. So I'll divide that in a couple of segments. So mixed member proportional, what that means is like it's like a combination of the current system with a proportional compensatory aspect to it. So you get two types of seats. You have, first of all, a couple of seats, the majority of seats normally, which are elected with the current system, with our election as we know them. It's just that there are less ridings. So for example, out of the 125 seats that you have in Quebec's parliament, well, you could have 75 of them that would be elected through the current system. And then afterwards, you add another category of seats, which we could call party list seats or party list M&As, which are so M&As that are elected on the basis of lists, and they are appointed to compensate the discrepancies or the distortions in the results of the first election, so the election with the current system.
Gabriel, I'm just going to have to interrupt you for a second. I just have to ask for an extension on your time.
Sure.
Motion to extend by, is 10 minutes okay?
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Parsons. Can I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the 10-minute extension has been granted.
I won't be too long, I promise. I'm like halfway through. So the regional aspect to it is that these party lists, M&As, instead of just like floating above like the others with no attachment to local communities, well, they would be assigned to a region, so like a super or a region-wide riding. So for instance, Montreal could be like one of those regions, and Quebec City would be one, and Gaspésie and Saguenay, and so we have 17, right? And so this is how we could also maintain the weight, the political weight of each region. That means that, for instance, if in Quebec City, for instance, there are, 11 seats, well, there would still be 11 seats in that new system. For instance, if in Gaspésie there are currently 5 seats, well, there would still be 5 seats. It's just that 3 of them would be like normal seats like we have right now. And for instance, 2 of them would be those party lists, M&As that would compensate the discrepancy in the results. Next slide. One of the improvements of that new system is that you get 2 votes on your ballot. Here the example is in French, but it's basically like we took a ballot from Germany because they have that system over there, just like Scotland and New Zealand and other countries like that. So you basically vote for a candidate in your local riding, just like you do right now. And you have a second vote, and you vote for the party of your choice. And it's that second vote that is used to calculate the number of compensatory M&As. So you can basically vote for a candidate that is not of the same party that you're voting for. You have 2 separate choices. Next slide. So why would we choose that system? Well, it's the best of both worlds, right? It combines the strengths of the current system, namely the fact that people like to vote for a local candidate. They like to know the local candidate they are voting for, and they have access to a local M&A. So that would still be the case. But you also have a proportional system, a proportional segment to it that allows, well, first, the result to be more accurate and more representative. And second, that also allows different opinions and different parties and different ideologies to be more represented across different parts of the territory. So what happens right now is you have political parties that have a monopoly on a lot of places, a lot of regions in Quebec. And with that system, it would change because you would have like a regional compensation for political parties that should be represented there. But since they are not winning the seats in the first past the post elections, well, they're just totally absent. Another upside is that you wouldn't get any more majority governments that are elected with a minority of votes. So I think that's something that's very important. And another thing that's very important is that in that system, each vote that is cast counts to assign or to represent or to represent the popular vote in the parliament. So you won't get any more votes that are just put aside. And finally, why opt for that system is that here in Quebec, 4 out of the 5 major political parties are also in favor of that particular system. So that's why we are advocating for that one. Next slide. And the reason why we are talking about this right now is that, as I said before, there's a bill that was introduced by the current government, and the current party that is in power is Coalition Avenir Québec, the CAQ. They had promised in the 2018 elections that they would put forward such a bill to make sure that the next elections in 2022 would be held with this new electoral system. And so they did that, but the system that they proposed in their bill, which by the way is right now in Parliament in the next few weeks, in the next few months, it should be studied in a parliamentary commission. And so there are amendments that can be made, but right now, as it stands right now, the bill is not perfect. It's far from ideal, actually, in our point of view. It's they're proposing the least proportional version of mixed member proportional. And also they are making sure that the reform is conditional to a referendum that would be held in 2022 at the same time as the general elections. So to us, it's a bit of a problem because we're not really sure that people could really have an enlightened opinion about this when there's the general election happening and there's like a sideshow on the electoral reform, and it's already a complex topic, as you might have noticed, not a very sexy one. So we're not sure this is really the best way to decide what to do with that. But anyway, I thought you should know what this bill is about, because it's part of the reason why I'm here today, is to talk to you about, to inform you about what's going on. Next slide. Okay, so that brings me to why I'm here specifically. So we are asking for the support of all student unions and student associations across Quebec to support this reform, because we think it's important to support that as students and as young people, because the current system actually is a kind of a systemic discriminatory system. Because if you think about it, it overrepresents the opinions and the views of older people and majorities in general. So it's made really to make sure that minorities, such as students, for instance, which is a minority, their views and their opinions are not as represented in the parliament as it should be. We also think it's important to support that reform because we have seen examples of majority governments elected by a minority of the population, roughly 35%, imposing really hurting policies against students and against young people and against other minorities, and we think that's a problem. We also think it's a good idea to implement this new electoral system because it would have effects, deep effects on our political culture. Because I don't know if you've been abroad and seen how politics is like in this kind of proportional system, but it's very different. They basically have to work more on a consensus basis, and they have to build coalitions in order to form governments. And I think that's something that is positive. I think that's something that Quebecers in general like, consensus building and coalition building. And I think that's also one of the ways that we could improve the situation and put an end to the cynicism that we know a lot of young people experience towards politics and politicians in general. And one of the reasons also, as I said, it's important to have this discussion right now. It's because the window of opportunity is right now. The bill is in Parliament on the floor right now, and there's a referendum coming probably. And so that's why we have to talk about this. And finally, I think just in general, the student movement and students in general, we can have a decisive influence in politics in general, but especially in this case, if we show the government that we are interested and mobilized about this, then it couldn't hurt, right? So this leads to the last slide, I think, which is just a proposition of, so yes, that one. So that's what we suggest to student unions. It's just basically, just stating that you support electoral reform for that particular system, and that we can also, with the second line, so if you support Sensei, that means that we can actually just say, well, now we have the support of 42 student associations, and of course that's always a statistics that we like to put forward in order to show politicians and journalists that it's something that students are concerned about and that we talk about also. So I thank you for your time, and of course I will take questions if you have any. Please feel free. It really was my pleasure to be able to talk to you tonight.
All right, thank you very much, Gabriel. So we're going to take just hands from the Zoom. So we'll begin with Councillor Karasik.
Okay, so thanks for this presentation. It was really interesting. And it does bring up a big point, especially since we do have this coming up. My question is, I'm not sure if it's changed, but a big criticism levied against this MMP, the specific MMP program that the CAC was using, is that it gave disproportionate power to the regions instead at the expense of a lot of the urban regions, such as Montreal. Is this still the case? Because I apologize, I actually haven't checked up on it since. And if so, is this a concern that should be addressed as well?
Yeah, so as I said, in our point of view, the system that is put forward by the government is far from ideal. There are aspects of it that we are really that we don't agree on, but it's still an MMP, which is regionally based, and that maintains the number of seats in each region. So that means that as a whole, the relative political weight between, for instance, Montreal and other regions will stay the same. I think it is true that the current system, so the current number of seats per region, gives a bit more of a relative political power to the regions that they would have if it was strictly based on number of people living there. So it maintains that, but at the same time, I would argue that any proportional system or mixed member proportional system is actually going to it won't be Montreal will be better off because that means that, for instance, if we took the results from the 2018 elections, you can see this huge gap between like urban areas and regional or rural areas. I think we can all agree on that. I don't think it's something very, I don't know. I think it's just a fact. And what that does, if you do this mixed member proportional system, is that in each region that, you see only one color right now, there would be a few more a lot more colors in there than there are right now. So that means that in Montreal, because you have so many ridings, usually the results in Montreal are more representative than in some regions where you have so few ridings that you get one party that has a bit more than all the others, and it has all the seats. So I think, to sum up, I'm not sure that like your premise that it would be worse for Montreal is really true, in the sense that any mixed member proportional system would be better for Montreal, better for just to be more representative of popular vote in general.
All right, thank you very much. We'll next go to Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's really, really interesting. One of the arguments that's often used for changing voting systems is that there is too much political power within a certain group of people, right? The partisan hacks up in Ottawa or in Quebec City, and this is seen as a way to kind of bring power back to the citizens. And I think there is some merit to that argument. But one of the often biggest criticisms of MMPR is this sort of notion of how lists work. I remember following the New Zealand election, and it was a constant daily and changing the ranking of the list, where, if one candidate goofed up one day, they'd be moved a few spots down the list. If a candidate, made a great speech next day, they'd be up the list again. And so my question really is, and there really is two systems, right? There's the open list and the closed list. Mm-hmm. Which system would you be advocating for? Kind of this closed list party system we see in New Zealand, or a more sort of open system in, say, Italy, for example, in certain elections there?
So the current government right now in the bill as it stands, it's closed lists. So that means that the list is established at the beginning of the elections by the political parties, and that's it. It doesn't move. Because I think what the government argues is that they want people to be able to vote against someone. We had talks with the staffers and even the minister, and that really was her main talking point. In our point of view, it's not as well, and let's say, like, everything I'm going to say right now is just like more or less our personal opinion, but like as an association, we only advocate for like the official, consensual points, which is like we need that electoral reform, we want that system, and we also have like other points that we put forward about representation of women and of diversity in general, and stuff like that. But really on the particulars, I think one idea that was that seduced us was to, and that's what we proposed actually in our memoir that we submitted, is that there are some instances where you can have, for instance, candidates that did not win their riding that could be put on the list according to their results in that election. So that has two main advantages. Well, first, all of the candidates that would get elected, or almost all of them, would have an experience of actually being on a campaign trail in a local riding, et cetera, et cetera. So you wouldn't have like this kind of like two separate kind of politicians and elected members of parliament. You would in fact only get one, which is like the normal politician that you have right now who has to get elected. And that's what the minister argued, is that, well, if you do that, then you won't be able to vote against someone, because if the person arrived in second place in that riding, that means that people voted against him or her. And we were like, well, I don't really think that's how it works. That's how people vote. But okay, let's say that was their argument for that. So I would say like we don't have a position, but we can see like a lot of upsides and downsides to all of these possibilities. And there are a lot of creative ideas on how we could do this, but I don't think any of them is perfect. And there are still going to be people who prefer like closed lists that in advance, and people who like to give the freedom to political parties to really put forward the people that they feel is. And keep in mind that there's also the issue of women representation, because in some countries so for instance, if a political party gets less than 50% of their actual elected candidates that are women, well, in some countries they will pick like the first women on the list to fill the seats, so that it compensates also for gender representation and things like that. Or some people want to give incentive to parties. So there's always like a different set of views and opinions on that, and like we can see how, for instance, closed lists may be seen as more transparent to the voters, but at the same time, if you don't allow to pick people on the list according to certain criteria, for instance, gender representation, then there's also the downside that you won't get a parliament that's as representative as you could have.
All right, thank you very much. We will next go to Senator Daryanani.
Madam Speaker, if I can go after Councillor Wan, as I plan to suspend the rules.
Okay, Councillor Wan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Gabriel, for the presentation. I just wanted to ask if Sensei had any plans on expanding the movement to the federal level, or if Sensei was not focusing on the provincial level for now. Thank you.
That's a great question. Actually, we thought about it. Our goal when we first started was really for the Quebec movement. But we are in touch with, for instance, Fair Vote Canada, which is like the larger national Canadian nonprofit in favor of electoral reform. The problem that they have is that the reform that was promised by, for instance, Trudeau, as a lot of parties do when they have that promise and they get elected, well, kind of found a way not to do it, because and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what happened is that they put forward like a commission with the other parties to talk about that. And the problem was that the Liberals, the NDP, and other parties couldn't agree on one system. Like I think the NDP was advocating for a mixed member, and the Liberals were advocating for like preferential voting, which is basically you put a number next to the candidates, and the number ones will be counted first, and then if that doesn't work, the number two, and you might know how that works already. So the reform is currently a bit like dead on the federal level. There's nothing going on in Parliament right now. It's a minority government, so it may be defeated like in a few months, and we might go in elections. So let's see if that's going to be an issue. But I think in a pandemic right now, I'm not so sure that different federal political parties are going to put that forward. So that's one of the reasons. The other reasons is that just quite frankly, like we don't have that much of an outreach to, like our mobilizing capacity is dependent on how many people we have who are willing to give some time for the association. And we have people in Montreal and Quebec City, but that's about it right now. So if you want to get involved and you have like contacts everywhere else, or other people who might be interested, of course, like just send their email addresses or other contact information, and we'll be glad to have that. But for the moment, I would say like our best hope is with that bill here in Quebec and that referendum that is coming, and I think that's really what we're focusing on right now.
All right, thank you very much, Gabriel. We will next move on to Senator Darianani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just as a point of parliamentary procedure, would the correct procedure to vote on the motion to endorse this be to suspend the rules first?
Which item?
It's not an item, so I'm hoping to, because there's an actionable item that's been asked for this presentation to support this motion or to support this reform. So I was wondering what would be the correct procedure.
I'm just going to VP External, but I know that VP External had some plans in regards to the motion, and so I'd just like to hear the VP External's opinion on this.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. My impression is, or my plans were not that we ought to vote on this today, but have this presentation as an introduction to all of the councillors, as a brief introduction really to all of the councillors to this proposition. There are some materials that I will share with all of council in the coming days that I've received from Sensei, so that perhaps at our next council meeting we can have a generative discussion about this, and then subsequently move to a vote. So that was my expectations for how to proceed with this.
All right, thank you very much, VP External. Senator Darianani, would you still like to suspend the rules, or would you like to retract it?
That's okay, I'll withdraw that.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other individuals with questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming to present tonight, Gabriel.
Thank you, and have a nice meeting.
With that, we will move on to the second item, the second presentation on the agenda, and it is item 7B, report from the Finance Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, Legislative Council. This evening, I will be here to present the findings of our investigation into the ancillary fees that has been ongoing for the last few months. So perhaps, is there a way that I can share my screen, Madam Chair?
Just a second. The governance manager is going to take over the sharing because I have McMunn right now.
I can, Finance Commissioner, I'll share screen sharing with you.
Okay, sounds good. One moment, please. Okay, I have the permission now. I'll just switch over. My apologies. I won't be looking at you directly because I have two screens and I have my presentation on the other screen. Can you see the screen with the PowerPoint? Okay, good. I see the chair nodding her head. I believe it has been shared with you, but it has now been made public for the last week, the findings of our investigation, which can be found in a PDF format. I've decided to present this evening the investigations report, but in a PowerPoint format, so it's a bit easier to follow. But if you follow in the PDF document itself, the order will be in sync, so you won't be lost. And if you would like any more details, the report will be there. And I'm planning on, just in the interest of time, skimming over everything lightly so we get through the gist, and then I'll take questions at the end. So just briefly to go over the timeline of what has happened quickly is we did our consultations between October and December to January, and specifically the Christmas break. We put together the report and got all the necessary data information, and this last month has been just finalizing it. We showed it to the board of directors last week in a confidential session, and now we are presenting it to you at Legislative Council today. These are the consultations we did. We consulted a number of internal groups and a number of external groups. You can find the detail list in the investigation itself. So where I'd like to start our presentation tonight is just giving an overview of what gives us the power to pass fees. And essentially this power comes from Section 52 of the Act respecting the accreditation and financing of students' associations, specifically Section 52. This is what gives us the power to pass fees. And although there are other ways, the way that most schools do it and the way that we do it is whenever we would like to pass a fee for a purpose that's outlined in this act, although the purposes are fairly broad, we have a fairly large discretionary power in what we want to pass fees. But this process and the way that we employ it involves referendum questions for new fees and increasing fees. Just broadly going over what kind of fees that students pay, there's 4 general categories, and not all of them are connected to this Section 52. But the first category is just general tuition fees, what you pay for your programs. These are regulated by the government. They vary by program. We have nothing to do with this, and this is not the target of this investigation. The second category, what is described as frais institutionnels obligatoires, refers to the fees that McGill is allowed to pass on us that we don't necessarily need to give permission to. These involve things like the administration fee, diploma fee, fees like that. These fees are specifically regulated by the Quebec government, which means they can only go up by a certain amount every year. There is an exceptional way to increase these fees, but it requires student consent. So in the past, this has been granted to the university for a number of different fees. The student services fee, for example, is one that is much higher than what the Quebec government prescribes, but that we approved ourselves. And so that is why that fee is larger. The third general category of fees is the one that's more so within our realm of jurisdiction, and that was looked at in this investigation. And those are the student society fees. There are a number of subcategories of student society fees, and I'll go into that on the next page. But broadly, these are the ones that are passed within our sole discretion. And then just briefly, the fourth category of fees are course fees, and these are decided at a fee advisory committee on which the VP Finance of the SSMU does sit. These fees are tied to specific courses. So for example, I believe there's one in nursing where there's a requisite amount of equipment that they need for that course. And so instead of just asking all the students to buy the equipment on their own, they provide the equipment and charge the fee. So going a bit more detail into this different categories of student society fees, we have 5 categories. They're all passed under the same legal authority. These categorizations are ones that we employ internal to the SSMU, and so these aren't governmentally regulated. But in short, there's the SSMU membership fee, SSMU services fees, finding committee fees, other SSMU fees, and then independent student group fees. And so if you look into your report, you'll see every fee that does come under this, and you'll get a bit more of a general description. but for the sake of this presentation, I won't go into any depth at this point. Where I'd like to spend my time with Legislative Council tonight is going over the issues and the recommendations that the investigation is noticed and is recommending solutions to. So this first issue is the lack of financial due diligence in the approval of new ancillary fees and existing fee increases. And now this is specifically in reference to the way that they are currently evaluated at the Legislative Council level. Now, the general findings of this problem is that there is not enough financial evaluation of fee proposals that come through. We've noticed that for many years, and very many years, where it has been the same problem that groups seeking to increase fees or levy new fees often come with a proposal, and the proposal often entails the value of their service, the value of their group, the value of their cost, and there's usually a financial amount tied to it, but there's rarely been financial backing or documentation to justify those amounts. And this is disturbing for a number of reasons, but principally because fee proposals are fundamentally, partially at least, an issue of finances and financial accountability. And so it's important that effective due diligence in evaluating these fees is done. And for now, this has not been the case. Now, this is not to be taken as some sort of direct attack at Legislative Council. Obviously, Legislative Council traditionally has not been a group of experienced financiers and accountants. That's why we have professionals within the SSMU to make these evaluations. But this issue in general is something that we will directly address in the recommendations. The second issue, which is of all the issues, probably the financial aspect of this investigation, just has to do with low voter turnout. And this became an issue, or it came to our attention that it was an issue, especially in the student survey that was released. A lot of students thought that it wasn't okay that such a small percentage of the student body was making decisions that had financial implications for the whole of the student body. Without going into this any much more, because it is fundamentally a political issue, it was just worth bringing to the attention of the Legislative Council that this was an issue that many of the students had with the current process. Issue number 3, which is the misuse and/or underuse of ancillary fee revenues. This is one that I would particularly like to draw everyone's attention to because it is arguably one of the more actionable items that the Legislative Council can respond to. And for 1 second, I'm just going to switch out of the PowerPoint and into the report itself, which outlines this issue with a fairly more precise degree of depth. And so the issue of underuse of funds has manifested itself primarily in large amounts of money rolling over from year to year within various funds or within various student groups. And these are particularly noticeable within the funding committee funds and the services. We notice that there are very large surplus amounts that are rolling over. For example, here in the funding committee, you have the Community Engagement Fund, which this last fall took in about $15,500 in fee revenues. But the amount that they rolled over from the last year is $60,000, representing 383, pretty much 384% of what one semester of ancillary fee revenues would be giving them. And so obviously this represents many years of underuse of this fund. And it also represents a lack of recourse to be able to take these funds and repurpose them for a variety of reasons they could be repurposed, but that none of these things have been the case so far. We see that this is true with most of the funds, though the space fund is currently in a deficit position, which is, the negative side of that is offset by the fact that there's significant money sitting in these accounts for these funds. We also notice this in the services, where not all services, but we see a clear majority of services are running fairly large surpluses year over year. part of what's problematic about this, and I'll draw attention to an example that's more specific to this legislative council, particularly in the discussions that happened in the fall around the musicians collective fee, which was recently renewed. And this ties into the first issue that we identified, which is that there isn't enough evaluation going into the financial aspect of these fees. So we see here that the musicians collective collects just over $2,000 per semester, yet they've been rolling over just over $7,000. And so this is information that the finance committee believed would have been critical for legislative council to know in making their decision of whether or not to approve such a fee. In theory, the musicians collective has about a year and a half worth of money sitting in their bank that is simply not being used. And so this could have represented an opportunity to provide relief to students by not recharging this fee for another year and a half, or relief to students in a number of other ways. And we see this problem here among many of the services. Now, I will point out there are two services that are doing well: Midnight Kitchen and Nightline, which are running in the green zone here that we have identified, just in accordance with industry standards and what our own accounting department is recommending. There's obviously got to be a bit of give and take with how much money is spent every year, but that amount is deemed to be about 10% of a budget. 10% rollover is okay. 10% deficit year over year. Those aren't frightening or alarming amounts to be carrying over or spending. But we see here that 342% is just simply out of the ballpark by industry standards and by minimum accountability requirements that our accounting department, that the industry would normally be seeing. So the issue of surpluses is one that's definitely got to be addressed in some form or another. And this issue also mentions misuse of funds, and this is addressed here at the bottom of page 21 of the report with questionable smooth services expenditures. Now, this investigation wasn't actually designed, or the goal of this investigation wasn't to punish. That was not a goal. It was not to go through the way that every student group has been spending their money over the last decade. We were trying to identify the problems that exist with the current model so that we can make recommendations to move forward in a way that is more beneficial. So our recommendations and the issues we identify are with a prospective perspective, trying to make sure that these things just do not continue into the future. Now, while a number of the details about some of these questionable smooth services expenditures are confidential. Another reason we just didn't want to publish them is that, like I said, we didn't do a full extensive investigation into every expenditure, and so it wouldn't be fair to the few issues or the multiple questionable expenditures that we did find. It wouldn't be fair to those groups by pointing them out without doing a full comprehensive evaluation of all the other groups at the same time. But needless to say, there are some questionable expenditures that have gone through, and we'll just want to make sure that moving forward there is a mechanism in place to ensure that this does not continue. And so I'll switch back over to the PowerPoint, and I'll go to issue 4, which is just generally accountability.
Can I have an extension on, sorry, Finance Commissioner's time?
Motion to extend ad libitum.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crossett. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, Finance Commissioner, your time has been extended ad libitum.
Perfect. So I won't abuse this power to speak forever. I promise I won't go for too much longer. But just continuing on this fourth issue that we identified, which is accountability, transparency, oversight, and recourse for financial mismanagement of ancillary fees. And this ties in a little bit back to our legal authority under Section 52. So since all these fees are legally passed under our power, we do, as the Accredited Student Association, have the power to take financial recourse, whether fees are being misspent, whether fees aren't being spent. We do have power for recourse. What we lack currently is the internal structure within the SMU and the mechanisms to do so. So, for example, this would be a quick fix. This would simply be changes to the internal regulations, but they're nonetheless important to have there just to make sure that issues can be addressed as they come up without bringing them on a case-by-case basis to Legislative Council. Tied into this issue also has to do with accountability and transparency. One of the issues that we ran into quickly with doing financial evaluations was that a lot of the student groups, the services in particular, don't keep industry standard, or in some cases at all keep any financial records of their of all their transactions, as it currently the current process requires them to create a budget at the beginning of the year in consultation with the VP Finance. But there's never any reconciliations that happen throughout the year to check against that budget, to check against the progress, to see what has been spent, what hasn't been spent. And these are basic industry standards that are currently lacking for the current from the current situation. And the fifth issue that we identified is just simply inaccessibility of information about where money is going and how it is being spent. And this does tie into issue 4, especially under the head of accountability. But we do think it's very important that, especially given the public nature of the money that we're spending, that this information is documented and rigorously made available to students to ensure that there's an integrity in the process, but also just to make sure that the student body, the group that we ultimately serve, is aware of the way that we're spending their money. And that is currently not the case for a lot of fees, including all the services that are not currently required to publish budgets, and many of whom do not publish budgets or identify where their money is going. What I will point out, though, as a positive note, is that the SMU base fee itself is actually one of the best run fees. Part of this has to do with the fact that we have a very good professional group of individuals in the accounting department that run things with stellar standards. The other has to do with the fact that the SMU base fee is subject to an external audit every year. And this is just simply one of the industry's highest mechanisms for accountability when we bring in external professionals to evaluate our financial performance. I'll now move into the recommendations that we identified. The first one being the most comprehensive or largest recommendation, which has to do with the consolidation of fees. So I'm sure many of you look at your student e-bill every year and see the many, many lines of fees that are there. We're recommending a consolidation of those fees, and all the reasons for that are outlined in the investigation itself, and there's a number of them. I would like to point out a few of them. The first simply being from a transparency and accountability perspective. The reality is all these fees that we do pass under this Section 52 power, so all the services, all the funds, they are fundamentally a part of our operations at the SMU. And so it makes sense to show students how much it actually costs to run our organization and provide the services we do by reflecting that in one simple number. That's a quick fix to accountability and just making sure that people are aware of how much it costs to provide the services that we do. Another benefit of this arrangement would be the problem of surpluses, the problem of money that's maybe not spent properly could more easily be addressed if it's under the SMU base fee than if it is under separate fees. Part of the problem with having separate fees is that if, as I would strongly recommend this body do, if moving forward a policy is put in place that requires budgets that aren't spent or monies that aren't spent to be centralized in some sort of way. So for example, if service doesn't spend half their money one year, we could take that money and pay down the SMU debt, put it towards other initiatives. The problem with doing that on its own would be there are potential legal ramifications and certainly public perception ramifications that would have to do with us consistently taking away surpluses from causes that we know aren't spending their money. By consolidating it, we kind of avoid this whole mess of us looking like we have illegitimate sources of funding by taking it away from other groups that the money was for, but they never spent. And so consolidation could take the form as this report recommends a consolidation of all of the Section 52 fees under the SMU base fee. There are other ways too that this body could assess different forms of consolidation. For example, all the funding fees could just be consolidated into one SMU funds fee. And again, this is just kind of in response to a number of the issues we've identified, but also there's a clear perception amongst the students that just looking at the bill and seeing all the lines of fees, irregardless of how much money it adds up to, that in and of itself seems to be something that has negative perceptions among the community. So this would help for a lot of those things. And given the comprehensive nature of this, I would recommend that you read the section in the report that goes over the consolidation of fees, because it outlines these points in a bit more detail. These next 4 recommendations are more straightforward and I would say less controversial. Number 2 is simply increased accountability and reporting standards. As you'll see in the appendix, there's an overwhelming majority of people who just simply think that people who spend public money should be accountable for the way it's spent and that there should be standards. This is, again, common sense in the financial industry and just simply base minimum standards. So we're recommending that the SMU adopt across all fees that are passed under its authority minimum reporting standards for financial accountability, and those can be seen in the report as well. Recommendation number 3 is simply just to include into the internal regulations new legislative council powers, and these powers in particular would look like the ability to freeze a fee that has already been passed, the ability to lower a fee that has already been passed, and the ability to straight up cancel a fee that has already been passed. And so legally, we are only required to go to the student body for a referendum in order to get permission to charge new fees or to increase fees. But anything that involves reducing fees or canceling fees is technically not required to go to the student body. And so while we do legally have this power now, it just makes sense from an internal regulations perspective to codify it into our regulations and make sure that, for lack of better words, that the tools are in the toolbox when we need them to be there. Recommendation 4 is just simply changing processes. And so we believe that given the financial nature of a lot of fees, that we would like to see professional and more comprehensive evaluations of the financial aspects of fees. And so when a new fee wants to be charged or a fee wants to be increased or even renewed, we're recommending that these applications be made to the SMU Finance Committee first so that a financial evaluation can be made. From there, it would be sent up to Legislative Council with the report from the Finance Committee that would discuss the merits or lack thereof of a specific fee. With this process would come increased requirements. And this is a point that comes specifically as a recommendation from our accounting department and reflects industry standards that if a group wants to pass a fee or increase a fee, for example, they should have to justify it. This justification should involve mock budgets. It should come up, there should be a fairly comprehensive amount of documentation to support why they need money and why they specifically need whatever specific amount they're coming after. So this is what this process changes would reflect. And finally, we're recommending committee changes to help process this change. Now, I would precursor this that the committee changes are kind of dependent on what kind of consolidation happens. But at the end of the day, what we'd like to see is a committee that for every type of fee under the SMU that evaluates at the end of the year how it's been spent and makes recommendations as to perhaps redistributions of that money based on need, based on current use. And so those would be changes that could be adopted into the internal regulations, or rather it's the committee terms of reference for all those committees. And so that concludes this investigation report. Again, I don't believe this is something that needs to be voted on per se, but from here, it would make sense that various legislative councilors, and I have been in touch with some, consider these recommendations and propose motions over the coming weeks, months, or even years that serve to either implement some of these recommendations or address some of the issues specifically. I am very available to work with any group, any individual who would like to implement these changes. I'm also happy to return to Legislative Council when requested to answer any questions about motions that may relate to this investigation or any motions that relate to ancillary fees in general. And so I'll stop sharing my screen and I'll turn it back over to the chair, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Finance Commissioner Duckett. Are there any questions on the report? Mo Raji.
Hi, my name is Mo. I am here as the huge outreach coordinator. I'm here because I wanted to get some kind of clarification on a few points. My main thing is about consultation. You claim you did consultation. However, in speaking with the finances coordinator for the Union for Gender Empowerment, what she stated to us was that there were 2 consultation sessions that were held. The first was within 4 business days, and then the other one was with a notice of 3 business days. Neither was scheduled around the availability of SMU services. And in addition, the recommendations that were included in the report were the same recommendations that were presented to services. None of the services criticisms or input was actually included in the final report. And a lot of this in bulk has to do with the services, and the largest criticisms here are of how services use their money. You pointed out that most of the budget from last academic year, 2019-2020, were unused. But I would like to point out that we were all required to suspend our services and our use of funds once the pandemic hit, which actually had a huge impact on the lack of use of funds. In addition, you also state that this is money that stays in our accounts. We don't have bank accounts. And there are very specific processes for how we access our funds. Every single one of our transactions is accounted for, every single one of them. We submit purchase orders, we submit check requests. In order to spend money for a service, it must go through the VP Finance and accounting. A lot of our money is spent through check requests, which means that if a lot of the money is paid out of our own pocket, and then we have to submit check requests to finance, the VP Finance, and into accounting afterwards. And since there are so many check requests, and because it is such a poor system, a lot of us don't even get reimbursed. And this is not always, so this affects how our budgets look. So given all of this, I'm wondering how you think this is a fair report, especially given the fact that you had very little consultation with services. And your report and your portrayal of how services and our finances function don't actually reflect how they are. So how can you expect that this is actually a good report that we should make decisions off of?
Finance Commissioner, I'm just going to note that question unfortunately was leading. So if you don't want to reply, you don't have to, but ultimately you can choose to do so.
I'm happy to respond. There was quite a few things in the question, so I hope I get it all. And if I don't, I welcome you to just remind me of some of the things that I might have missed. The first one being the consultations. And to that point, I think it's important to note that consultations played a role in this, but consultations don't play the same role in every evaluation or report that goes on at the SMU or even in general. Given that the nature of how finances are operated is very much a specialized topic that is, within the SMU run by professionals. The purpose of the consultations was more so to identify problems. It was less so to run solutions by people, and it was more so to just identify where are the pain points, what are the problems with the current process, and then we'll look into it more deeply. And this comes from the perspective that the Finance Committee is in a unique position to evaluate these problems, and it's in a unique position given that I think all of the, for example, all the members at large come from accounting backgrounds, and that there's professionals on the committee, and there's professionals within the accounting department. And so the recommendations themselves, though some of them did come up in a lot of the consultations, the recommendations were purely based on the merit of the recommendation themselves. We thought that we wanted to offer what was the best given industry standards, without care, I don't want to say without care to the recourse, but we wanted to leave the political side of it to Legislative Council and purely evaluate it from our expertise within this investigation. So from a consultation perspective, we had 2, and I apologize if not enough notice was given, but given that the purpose of the consultations was purely to identify issues. I would argue that many of them were addressed in this system. Not everyone's problems could always be addressed. Obviously, some with a lot of the consultations, people brought up opposing perspectives, and that was something that was evaluated and weighed by the finance committee. But these are ultimately our recommendations. When it comes to the only other thing I have written down, I only started taking notes halfway through your comments, so I apologize. I think just maybe a factual error, which said that we don't suggest that the groups necessarily rolled over a lot of their surpluses last year. We obviously recognized that this was a unique circumstance when fees were frozen, where spending opportunities were frozen. And that's why we really wanted to focus on the fact that we're not blaming anyone with this, although we recognize why it might seem that way. We're looking to move forward in a way, and in some sort of collective manner, which means not blaming those who haven't spent their money in the past, but just making sure that there's mechanisms in place to ensure that moving forward, this doesn't continue.
All right, thank you very much, Finance Commissioner. We'll next go to Councillor Mulvaney.
Hey, Sebastian, thank you for a very informative presentation. Just a quick clarification question. Would the FIOs be included in this consolidated fee that you're talking about, or would they remain in their own category?
They would remain in their own category just because they're fully administered by the university, irrespective of us.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Mulvaney. Councillor Krosick next.
All right, so I have a quick question about the report where you talk about the issue of low voter turnout. As far as I'm aware, speaking from experience, we actually have a pretty high voter turnout compared to most of the universities in Quebec and Canada. Some go as low as like under 10%, under 5% even. So I'm not certain why this is as big of a concern, given we are on the higher end of the spectrum. Do you feel this is still like something we should consider, or is it like not so much?
Commissioner Duckett, just before, I just have to announce the arrival. I'm going to announce the arrival of the proxy for Councillor Smith. So if you'd like to state your name for the purpose of the minutes, you may feel free to do so now.
Hi, my name is Grace Jumbo and I go by she, her. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll note the arrival at 1929. With that, Commissioner Duckett, you may resume.
Thank you. And so I appreciate your question. It was definitely something we were grappling with in the Finance Committee and just in general and deciding whether to include it. But we thought that just because of how much it came up in the consultations, that it was at least worth addressing that many people do see it as a problem that not enough people vote. So it is relatively, within the standard of student unions, but from an absolute perspective, it's still less than a fifth. So I think that is what most students are reacting to. In terms of a response to this, I think it just, goes to the overall overarching goal of trying to get as much involvement in student politics as possible. But this begins very quickly to divulge out of the realms of finances, which is why we don't identify it too much. And I will also, maybe just as a point of clarification, mention that the recommendations and issues are not in a rank order. They're in more so an order of as they came up or as the flow of the report would have necessitated them. So just because it's the second issue doesn't mean it's considered, quote unquote, the second biggest issue.
All right, thank you very much. We'll next go to Jean.
Yes, hi, my name is Jane Prévost. I am the finance coordinator for the UCH. So I apologize if I have two questions, and I apologize if the first sounds a little leading. If you think that's the case, feel free to not answer it. So the first question revolves around the survey that was circulated to students. So many claims surrounding undergraduate voices and their disapproval of the management of SSMU funds are based on a survey that claimed to be representative of the student population. But the survey didn't control for population either by gender, year of study, faculty, or program, all of which are necessary to have a good representative sample of the population being surveyed. Without controlling for these factors, it's hard to have a good survey. Otherwise, it's more just anecdotal. Additionally, there were no limitations placed on the data collection process to limit one person, even non-McGill undergraduates, from answering the survey or submitting multiple responses. And it was noted that the survey has been circulated in circles that tend to be more prejudiced against SSMU services. So with all that said, I'm wondering how much weight can this survey be given by Legislative Council in its report?
Commissioner Duckett?
I think this kind of ties into my answer to the other question earlier, which is that the role of the survey wasn't really to get formal statistics on what the student body wants. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to financial operations, this isn't a majoritarian game. There are ways of operating that are financially correct, and there are ways of operating that are financially incorrect. So the survey, like a lot of the consultations, played the role of issue awareness. And so I can, having seen the feedback in the comment section, tell you that a lot of the feedback was not pertinent to this investigation, or a lot of the feedback wasn't even related to finances. And if the SSMU does want to see that feedback, it could be made available in a confidential session, but the board of directors did deem it confidential. But back to the question, I believe that because of the way in which we were approaching this investigation, which was one of just simply, let's identify the issues, we didn't actually think it mattered where or who identified the issues, but rather that the issues were identified in general. And then we bring those issues to our expertise on the committee and our expertise within the accounting department to find solutions that work given the industry standards and professional nature of finances. And so I do think that this reflects fairly what the current state is for the SSMU's finances and the problems and recommendations that we're making, mostly because they were evaluated by professionals and the recommendations were made by the individuals within the society that have the expertise to make those recommendations. Yes, we recognize that it was, it went on to Reddit, for example, which is what I think is being suggested as some of those groups that hate SSMU. It did make it onto Reddit, and I'm sure that influenced the feedback we got. But I will still say that there are things in this investigation that benefit all parties in our opinion, including the services, for example. And there were a number of concerns that the services raised that we actually do address in this process. I'll give you an example of two. One was that many of the services don't like, are caught off guard by having to pass their fees every 5 years. And sometimes in the past, it has actually involved lapses where a service loses their fee money for a semester or two because they simply forget that it's expiring. If we consolidate it into the base fee, that would no longer be a concern of the services. Another benefit of consolidating it into the base fee would be that the current services fees do not increase with inflation every year, whereas the SSMU base fee does. And so the services would get the advantage now of their fees being increased with inflation. And so that those are two of what is, there are others too of the benefits that the services would see about this. And maybe one last point is that when it comes to issues of financial transparency, we saw that as less so of an opinionated question, more of just a yes or no. We have yet to identify anyone who's against financial transparency, and so that's why this report vehemently recommends that we increase our measures for financial reporting.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Duckett. We'll next go to Councillor Wan.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Duckett. So on the report, on page 19, the investigation, let me pull it up, uncovered accounts of groups pulling numbers out of thin air and deciding how to spend these amounts after these fees were approved. So I wanted to ask, according to the investigation, how widespread was this practice? Was it just a few isolated groups, some groups, or the majority of groups? Thank you.
Commissioner Duckett?
Well, I don't have a percentage to provide. I can say that it's an alarmingly high number, in the range of a large minority / small majority of the groups. And now, the specific phrase "pull it out of thin air" is obviously not one that we have evidence that multiple groups use that phrase. But we do have evidence that a lot of groups did not even consider the financial aspect of the fees they were passing until after they were passed.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Karasik.
Oh, that was, I forgot to lower my hand, sorry.
All right, Councillor Wan.
Thank you. I have another question. So this is about on page 21. So during the course of the investigation, a number of questionable SMU service expenditures were uncovered. So my question is, were the involved services notified upon uncovering these discrepancies or activities? And were they given an opportunity to correct the situations that they were implicated in?
I would hesitate to make comments on this just because they're held in confidence. They're held in confidence by the society, and so I'd be happy to elaborate more in a confidential session. But I'll have to decline being able to answer that question at this point because any sort of information would be too indicative of the confidential nature of the information.
Councillor Juan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and sorry for the barrage of questions. My last question is, according to yourself, Commissioner Duckett, how much time would it take to implement your recommendations outlined in the report? And if it's a significant amount of time, would you recommend that Legislative Council hold a moratorium on motions regarding these fees and fee increases pending the changes?
I'll address that in reverse order. I don't think it's at the point where we should be passing moratoriums on fees. I think there are, within the recommendations, a mix of ones that will be easy to implement and ones that will take more time to implement. For example, the one of consolidating the fees is probably the hardest one just because it will involve a referendum question to the general populace agreeing to cancel a number of fees and increase the SMU base fee by an equivalent amount. So there's a political element to that may make it more difficult. I'm not going to enter the realm of politics when it comes to what should go to referendum or not. But the other four recommendations, when it would simply take the form of a motion coming to Legislative Council, changing the internal regulations or changing the current policies that would be, I don't want to say easy to pass, but more easy or easier than the first recommendation. So I think it depends on the recommendation. I also think that they come with different levels of necessity. So I think at the top of the list would be recommendation 2, which is simply creating minimum reporting standards and applying it to all groups. This could be something that could be drafted within the next month or two, and we can make sure that this applies to the next fiscal year. Another one that would be easy to pass, new Legislative Council powers. And a final one I would believe is changes to the internal regulations that allow for the repossession of surpluses that aren't spent consistently, just to ensure that they could go to other causes and aren't just sitting away in the accounting accounts losing value in inflation. So I think those would be the main priorities in terms of urgency, but in terms of ease of passing them, it depends on which one.
Great, thank you very much. We will next go to the VP University Affairs.
This is actually just a point of information for me. Will we be voting to ratify this report, or is it purely coming for information?
I believe right now, Commissioner Duckett, please let me know if I'm wrong. I believe right now it's for bringing it forward to Legislative Council just for presentation. I don't believe it's for ratification at this present moment, at least.
Okay, thank you.
That is also my understanding.
All right, thank you very much. We'll next go to Councillor Karasik.
All right, I had a quick question about recommendation number 3, new Legislative Council powers. So, as you mentioned, there were concerns about misuse of funds, but in the way that recommendation 3 is phrased, it feels to me a little potentially dangerously broad. Is there a specific, do you plan to put in specific requirements of what constitutes misuse of funds so that it doesn't become a risk of a political, we don't like the service, we're going to freeze their funds kind of thing?
Well, I'll say 2 things to that. The first one is, just given that the way that the law structures the SMU's ability to pass fees, the SMU technically does already have the power to pass a motion. It would be a special motion, but it'd be a motion essentially to suspend a fee or lower a fee. This is already a power that exists. And so by codifying these powers, it would just simply bring it to everyone's attention that they exist and be more of a transparent reflection of what we are able to do. But to your point, I do think it makes sense, and this would be a discussion to have with whichever counselor ends up writing a motion that would speak to these powers. It would make sense to have some sort of recourses other than just, you know, some sort of majoritarian legislative council vote to do this. What those should be is probably more of a political question, but the concern that this could be used very easily would be a valid concern in my view. So I know I'm not answering your question directly, but I think the way that however this gets structured in the internal regulations could just reflect any desires of the Legislative Council to put checks and balances in place on these powers.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs.
Right. So this is actually a question that I had asked at Board of Directors, but since then I've done a bit of research. So I believe in the past winter referendum season, there was a question regarding the implementation of a rollover budget for surpluses. As I think an alternative solution to the problem that you're presenting in this report as well. I was just wondering if that was a solution that had been considered, and if so, why? If so, why you came to the recommendations included in this report rather than a rollover budget for surpluses?
Commissioner Duckett?
So I'm not 100% sure of that motion. I do not recall it in my time in Legislative Council, but it's very likely that it did happen and just slipped by us. When it comes to what to do with surpluses, though, and budgets, this is really something that we deferred to the professionals on, especially our accounting department, that made it fairly clear that this money could be going very easily to other causes, and it wouldn't actually hurt any of the groups that we're taking it from, because these are funds that are just adding up, not being reduced in terms of surplus spending. Now, one of the concerns that we have with surpluses, which has been one in the past, this was addressed a couple of years ago by a VP Finance that also identified this issue, was the solution at the time was find a reason and just blow the money. And we don't believe that's actually the right way forward. The way that funds are spent, in our opinion, does matter. And just because money exists is not an excuse to spend it. And so we do believe that this money should be, I don't want to say monitored any more closely than it is, because the expenses are monitored, but generally just to make sure that these surpluses can be put to something else. I know the society is carrying hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt on a property we renovated that is currently vacant, where this money could very easily be going to that. And I don't mean to suggest to the Legislative Council what to do with the surplus money, because that is another topic that would probably be debated at a later council meeting. But there are evidently things that could be done even within the services themselves. There's some, like, for example, there's some services that are asking for more money, that spend their money more appropriately. If we could free some of this money up from the services that don't spend all their money, we could overall enhance the quality of services in general. And so, yeah, I hope I answered your question with that one.
All right, thank you very much. We'll next go to Jean.
Yes, actually my question is a follow-up to VP UA's a clarification of our response. So, last in winter 2019, a question was sent to referendum, basically outlining part of your recommendation number 1 that would consolidate rollover budgets into one fund, the Student Life Fund. This was passed, sent to the board, and then sent to referendum, at which it passed. So my question is, what value does this recommendation have, considering that there is no more rollover? Services just don't have their funds rolled over anymore. They go into this Student Life Fund.
I think maybe I think I'm understanding some of the problem now. Is if that was a motion that was passed last year, the contents of it were not respected in the year-over-year basis. So these funds, even though they could have theoretically in the last year been taken and put into the Student Life Fund, they were not. And I can see the VP Finance raised his hand, so I'm sure he can speak more closely to this. But one last comment would also be, the second we start throwing all of this money into one fund is likely just to lead to the same problem in that specific fund, which is, if we put hundreds of thousands of dollars in the Student Life Fund, there's no guarantee that that's just going to get used up because there's the demand. So there's various causes, including that fund, but including other ones that could be considered for surpluses.
VP Finance?
Yeah, I can touch on that a bit. So in the past, or to recent knowledge, there's been 2 motions passed to transfer surpluses from service departments as well as some of the other departments into the Student Life Fund. So the last one that happened was in March of 2019, which is moved by Joan Wang, the VP Finance of that year. And then the one before that was in 2013, which is also moved by the VP Finance of that year. So first, I'll start off by saying that these motions are kind of like retroactive fixes, whereas the recommendations on the report are recommendations for fixes moving forward. So it's not the most ideal move to motion to transfer surpluses because, like Sebastian mentioned it super briefly, but from a legal standpoint, when you levy a fee from the student body, they agree to that fee specifically to fund a specific service. So when we start actively transferring funds in between departments, it looks like it's not a great look, especially as a not-for-profit who is essentially in agreement with the student body to use those specific funds for that one specific thing. So the recommendations on the report are essentially to address them. Like, while that is a retroactive option, it's just really not the most ideal.
Great, thank you very much. We will next go to Councillor Wan.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Commissioner Duckett if he has any intention of staying for the confidential session later today. Thank you.
I could be made available. In all honesty, I haven't had dinner yet, but what would probably happen is I'd allow you to continue this meeting for however long it would take, and I'd make sure I stay awake, and then I can be notified, presumably maybe the VP Finance or someone can just notify me when you go into confidence and I can make myself available.
Okay, I'm just going to note that currently we don't have any sort of confidential session is slated right after announcements, Commissioner Duckett. Currently, we don't have any business pertaining to you, but obviously we'll let you know if that changes. With that, we'll move on to Senator Daryanani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your report. I was just wondering if, in accordance with the sort of 10% benchmark, plus or minus a certain fund being spent, do you think that once the Legislative Council will sort of be given the power to freeze a fund or to cancel it, there will be a sort of similar benchmark that is potentially higher than 10% to ensure that should an expense arise for a particular service, they have that available for the coming year in case that they had budgeted something, a large major project that includes spending more money than a semester's fee.
Commissioner Duckett?
So I think maybe to speak more broadly to these powers that you're referring to, the freeze power, they really are there for exceptional cases. And when it comes to evaluating the finances of the various groups within the SMU, nothing happens overnight. They usually happen on a year-by-year basis, not a day-to-day or week-by-week or even month-by-month basis. And so these potentials for gaps where a freeze might happen, but they keep spending money or any sort of situation like that would probably be guaranteed by 2 things. One, just being, like I said, the fact that we look at things on a year-over-year basis. The second one being that the SMU is essentially a guarantor of all these monies at the end of the day. If every service theoretically spent 10% over their money one year, we would not just default and go bankrupt. We would have resources to draw on. So these immediate concerns of potential overlaps of freezing or something, I think would in practice not happen.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any other individuals with questions at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming to speak to Legislative Council this evening, Commissioner Duckett.
Thank you all for letting me speak for an hour and a half.
With that, we will move on to the third presentation this evening, and it is the presentation concerning Dollarama warehouse workers. As is standard, when before presenting, please introduce yourself and spell your name for the purpose of the minutes.
Mustafa, it's all yours.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, I'm just coming on video. Okay. Hi, everyone. So, my name is Mustafa Henaway. I'm an organizer with the Immigrant Workers Center, and also I'm joined with Gaurav Sharma, who's a former Dollarama warehouse workers. And also my son in the background. The Immigrant Workers Center has been organizing with Dollarama for the last 10 years. So I'm just going to do a brief presentation on the Immigrant Workers Center and our work with Dollarama, and a bit of a background and context of the campaign. So the Immigrant Workers Center has been organizing with precarious immigrant workers since 2000. People without status, people with, who are temporary foreign workers under the seasonal agricultural worker program. People are permanent residents, but first generation immigrants. We're all mostly working sort of what we call now essential jobs in the economy. So, low paid, non-unionized, unsafe, and precarious work. And one of the areas that we focused on since 2009 was with agency workers. So temp agency workers represent kind of a growing segment of what we call sort of, the moment of insourcing. So the same things that, that multinational corporations do in the global south, they do right here, right? So when we think about large warehouses, food processing, healthcare, the use of subcontracting, people being paid below minimum wage, sort of a politics of anti-union, people working 60, 70 hours a week. So a lot of that happens here, and it happens here legally through the use of temporary placement agencies, right? And a lot of that work is done by racialized immigrant and migrant workers. This is a meeting of our agency workers, people coming from the Congo, women from Mexico and Guatemala. And a lot of these workers aren't organized. They don't have representation. They don't have a union. And so we kind of stepped in to fill the void, to bring people together, the most precarious people in our society, and to defend their basic labor rights, human rights. And we started in 2009. And then one of the big things, sort of before even the Amazon economy, the idea of it took off, was we began organizing because of one of our members was working at Dollarama at the warehouse, and he said this was akin to slavery. And so we started doing outreach there, and lo and behold, that we started uncovering a lot of stories about Dollarama. So I'll just jump into Dollarama itself. And this is the structure of agencies. If people want this, this is essentially how agencies get away with evading people's rights, or companies get away with evading people's rights. Because they work for an agency, the employer is always through the agency and never the actual company, allowing to externalize a lot of the problems. So, Dollarama, the eyes of everybody, is kind of this very small company, right? Like it's just a dollar store. How big can a dollar store be, right? So the owners of Dollarama, the Rossi family, their net value is $2.52 billion. That makes them the 8th richest family in Montreal and in Quebec, and the 50th in Canada. It's a multinational company now. It has over 1,300 stores in Canada and 300 stores in Guatemala, in Central America. So Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua. It is the largest discount retailer in Canada and owns and employs over 20,000 workers directly. And in the distribution centers and warehouses, employs over 1,000 workers. But none of these workers work for Dollarama. They all work through placement agencies. And so what this creates is really this racialized work environment, right? Where these 1,000 people who are all newcomers, who are all refugees, these are their first jobs in Canada, are just sucked into these warehouses and distribution centers. And Dollarama's distribution center is absolutely grueling. So just to give you an idea that a worker at Dollarama has to move a box upwards to 50 pounds every 20 seconds to make his quota, right? The majority of these workers are either Haitian, Nigerian, other countries from West Africa, and now more recently, a large host of South Asian refugee claimants as well. So it's a highly racialized workplace, and all of the management is, is white, and where all of the workers are racialized, right? So in this moment, when we're thinking about racism, and we're thinking about systemic racism, that to think about the ways that this kind of how inequality shapes structural racism and vice versa, right? So that a lot of these workers, and these are all photos of different Dollarama workers. So these workers face low pay, and what I call Dollarama is the Amazon model of the North, right? It represents one of the largest workplaces in terms of warehouses in all of Montreal. It employs more people than Amazon at this point, right? All of these people don't work for Dollarama, regardless of how long they've worked there. People have worked there for 10 years, 5 years. People have not been paid over $15 an hour until the pandemic. So they're paid at poverty wages. And 20% of these workers face accidents because of the grueling conditions. Workers don't have a 15-minute lunch because it takes, just to give you an idea, it's so long to walk to one end to the next end of the warehouse that it takes you 5 to 10 minutes. So in a 15-minute break, a worker's break is only 5 minutes. A lunch break only becomes 15 minutes, right? And this is how Dollarama has made its wealth, right? So you outsource completely all of the labor. You're able to deal with a high turnover at a grueling pace. And we've actually had members who began working at Amazon, and just to put this into people's heads, where people say Amazon was a nicer workplace than Dollarama, kind of says something in our contemporary moment, right? And so, and Dollarama was declared an essential business, right? Dollarama is not a small operation. It was declared an essential business. At the beginning of the pandemic, we had to fight tooth and nail to get them to provide masks to their workers or gloves. We had to file complaints at the Labor Health and Safety Board, and workers began organizing in the spring. We were able to win some of those victories, but it was only through huge amounts of pressure, right? It wasn't because they didn't want to give any into the demands, right? So we were able to win their COVID premiums extended until now, until the end of January. But these are all stopgap measures. And workers are unable to organize, they're unable to speak up because they're temp workers, right? So this is why for us, to be able to create the room for these workers to actually to have justice. And this is actually, we were handing out, because the employer doesn't do it. So we were giving workers their rights and PPE throughout the pandemic, every week in front of the warehouse, handing out flyers, handing out masks, handing out sanitizer, so that the workers are protected, right? And these workers live in the places that have the highest rates of COVID, Park X, Montreal North. And so for these workers to actually organize for any real justice, they need some kind of space to do so. If they're fired at any given moment, so 3 examples we're dealing with now. We were dealing with one worker who worked at Dollarama for 10 years, and he simply asked the question, do you feel like enough is being done in terms of like PPE in the workplace? His supervisor told him, call your agency. He called his agency. He was fired the same day. 10 years. And he couldn't do anything because he works for an agency. We dealt with another person who was a trainer from Haiti, 3 years. And they blamed him for workers organizing, fired him the same day. We had one worker speak at one of our rallies. The agency that is a supervisor called the agency, fired, right? So unless these workers are protected by having permanent jobs, it's impossible for them to demand better pay or better health and safety conditions. So that's why we're demanding permanent jobs, to be able to give them the kind of parity that we all enjoy, right? And it's really unfortunate, right, that in our moment where we're talking about anti-racism, the way that this workplace structures racism, right? That you have extreme working poverty on one end and extreme wealth on the other in a highly racialized way, right? So that's why we've been demanding and we've been trying to campaign, because it represents a broader model. It's not just about Dollarama. Dollarama always tells us, why are you picking on us? And it's not about them solely. It's about a model that's been able to proliferate, right? That this is how you do well in the actual economy, right? You employ a disposable racialized workforce, you gut them out, and that's how you profit. That's how Amazon does it. That's how Dollarama does it. That's how David T does it. That's another story. But that's how companies are able to profit. So this is why one of the strategies we take is not just organizing directly with workers, but also to build a broad coalition, right? Especially of investors. So one of the things that we've been doing is working with the British Columbia Government Service Employees Union to present a motion at their AGM next June to ask around the risks in terms of using third-party agencies. We know McGill has invested $2 million into Dollarama, so we're trying to put pressure on people who have interest, because if Dollarama is not going to listen to workers or us, maybe they'll be afraid of their investors. So, and that's why we're trying to gain as much support as we can at McGill, with the news, with SSMU, with the McGill Corporate Accountability Project, with Munaka, with anybody who would be willing to support this campaign. And one of the other workers, one of the other people, hopefully he's on the call now. He was whoever was controlling the Zoom link. He's the iPhone. His name is Gaurav. He's one of our organizers and worked at Dollarama for a year. So he can present briefly, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Sorry, just before proceeding further, can I have an extension on the presentation time?
Motion to extend ad libitum.
Thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Can I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, extension has been granted. You may continue.
Gaurav, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Hello, good evening, everyone. I was working as a pallet builder in the Dollarama. So I have been worked about 1 year at the Dollarama, and my shift is the morning, and I faced a lot of problem during my work. I met with the accidents 1 to 2 times. I would like to say that there's a very less facility of medical aid for the employees and for the workers. I remember when I met with the accident, they said they haven't any good equipment and they haven't any first aid. You have to rush to hospital. I went to hospital and doctor because I lift lot of heavy boxes and I had a back pain. So doctor said you have to rest for the 2 weeks. So in average of that, Dollarama did nothing for me, and I made a lot of time request to them to give us even belt for lift the heavy boxes, but they did nothing. Not for this one. Even not me. There is a lot of people's suffering from this kind of things. I'm agree with Mustafa sir. They're saying they give me a 15 minutes breaks, but there we from my place to kitchen there is a 10 minutes we wasted. So we got only 3 minutes or 2 minutes for the break. So it is very enough for us. And moreover, there's a very less salary for us. Our main demand is for before the Dollarama to recruit us directly, because if we hired by the agencies, we get nothing. If we get from the Dollarama, we get more than we are getting. So our 2-3 demands. One demand is to direct recruits. Second demand is to wages may be higher, and third demand is there should be a good medical facility for every employees, so that they could not face any difficulties. And fourth, of there should be one team. There should be one scrutiny team to look into the health and safety measurements, so that no one will be make a witness for the accidents. So this is my humble plea. So this is my experience in the 1 year I face over there. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Are you listening, sir?
Yeah, I think everyone heard you.
Oh, okay. So this is and there should be at least 2 breaks over there. There is a 2 breaks. One is a half an hour, but they're not paying for that. We saying there should be a 3 breaks, 15 minutes 2 breaks, or either 20 minutes 2 breaks, or and 1 lunch break. So this is our demand before the Dollarama. There is a 4 to 5 demands we said to we presented to our supervisor, our agencies, but they did nothing. They saying we are helpless, we can't do so. Even if we met with the accident, they haven't any first aids. So because I was a witness, I was bed rest on 2 weeks, and I just got letter from the CNST because there is no specific accident in the Dollarama, and doctor says it's just pain. So they demanded back me money. So it is very depressed position for me once I met with the accident. I feel too much pain. I was bed rested. I was suffering from depressions, and due to that reason, I quit that job and try another job. So now I'm doing Uber Eats from that time. So now it's good for me.
Thank you, Gaurav.
Yes, thank you very much.
Right, Mustafa, do you have anything else to add or no?
Know if there's questions or if people feel like I'm missing something, because I'm not sure how long we took, but yeah.
Are there any questions on the presentation at this time? We'll just ask any individuals with questions to raise their hands. Right, seeing no questions on the report, we will move on. So thank you very much for coming to speak to us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, with that, we will move on, and we can move on to item 7I, item 7CI. So we have a corresponding motion to go with the presentation. So it's the motion regarding support for Dollarama Warehouse Workers 2021-0128. And we will get the VP external to motivate for up to 2 minutes.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. So as everybody has just heard, the Immigrant Workers Center, several other labor-based organizations have been working with Dollarama warehouse workers for over 10 years now to protest working conditions and demand better working conditions from Dollarama Inc. Dollarama Inc., which has an institutional connection to McGill, given that its founder, its CEO, and its executive chairman are members of the Rossi family, whose donations helped establish the Rossi Wellness Hub. And also that McGill has $2 million invested in Dollarama Inc. And so the action that is being proposed within this, or rather the resolution being proposed within this motion is to, one, condemn the exploitative, unscrupulous labor practices of Dollarama, and then further to support the McGill Corporate Accountability Project in solidarity with the warehouse workers of Dollarama Inc. In their fight for a healthy and safe work environment, pay rises, and permanent jobs, as have all been justified and defended by Mustafa and Gaurav. So that's kind of the basis of this motion. So a student-led call to action on the, to stand in solidarity with these, with the warehouse workers of Dollarama. So that's kind of the overview of the motion. Obviously, we've had a presentation just going more into detail about it. So, voila.
All right, thank you very much, VP External. With that, we will move on to questions. So all individuals with questions on the motion can indicate so. We'll begin with Councillor Juan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to motion for unanimous consent.
We'll motion for unanimous consent when we reach debate. All individuals wishing to participate in question period at this time can indicate so. Seeing none, we'll move forward. VP Finance.
Are you going to recommend that SMU also divests from Dollarama in the coming weeks in response to this motion?
VP External.
That isn't one of the resolutions like explicitly within the within this motion. In conversation with the McGill Corporate Accountability Project, however, that's still this student organization has not made a determination has not yet made a determination as to kind of the way in which it wants to interact it wants to have the SMU interact with Dollarama on the level of investment. So it's undetermined is really like the fact of the matter at the moment.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs, is this a on question period or debate?
I guess it would be discussing a hypothetical amendment, so we can consider it debate.
Okay.
It's gonna be in question form.
Okay, I will just see if any other individuals have questions and then we'll move forward with debate. Are there any other individuals with questions at this time? Seeing none, VP University Affairs.
Okay, thank you. Right, thank you for your response, Vice President External. I guess I would ask then, would you be open to an amendment to the effect of having SMU divest from Dollarama? I guess, like, personally, I don't really see a benefit to having us invested in Dollarama, if that makes sense.
VP External?
Yeah, thank you. So I can also defer this question to Samuel Helguera if he's willing to take it. Sam being a member of the McGill Corporate Accountability Project, in order for that organization directly to articulate its position or its point of view. My impression is that this student group is interested in considering the extent to which SMU could potentially act as a shareholder activist within the Dollarama Corporation and so that would require that SMU not divest from its $10,000 investment in Dollarama. So if the speaker would allow it, and if Sam would also be willing, I would invite him to speak.
I'll just have the seconder speak on that first, and then we'll defer to Samuel.
Just on that modification in terms of the VP Finance's question about SMU's investment in it, I do think that logistical challenges might arise, because when we spoke with our investment advisor, I think it was a few legislative councils ago, he had mentioned that that he kind of chooses our investments on a whim, and if it's let's say there's a mutual fund that holds a Dollarama stock, that would be kind of against this specific initiative. So I'm just saying logistically, I think there's challenges that VP Finance and maybe even the Finance Commissioner would have to discuss before we can physically do that, I would say.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. Next, we'll go to Samuel.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on speaking, but I think AO put it quite right. Right now, the McGill Corporate Accountability Project is talking to a shareholder in Dollarama who is looking to present some sort of motion to ensure some sort of accountability within Dollarama itself for its safety conditions, and also for its use of the temporary foreign worker program. So I think, especially considering the fact that the Dollarama stock is a very high performing stock, and also that there's no divestment movement right now from Dollarama, it wouldn't be a very strategic use of our investments in Dollarama. Rather, it seems like having about $2.3 million invested in Dollarama, it could help us a lot to attempt to pursue the path of shareholder activism, which Dollarama has seemed to be responsive to in the past, before there were shareholder activist motions put forward in terms of Dollarama's sort of ecological policy, and those were effective, and the company did seem to listen to those. So yeah, I think the power that could come from McGill's investments and from SMU's investments would be more related to shareholder activism rather than to some sort of divesting campaign.
All right, thank you very much, Samuel. We'll go to VP External next and then VP Finance following.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just 2 points of 2 points. Just 1 point of clarification. So Sam mentioned $2.3 million. That's McGill. That's the extent of McGill University's investments in Dollarama. And then with respect to the SMU, the investment is to the tune of around $10,000, I think. Then I was just gonna add the potential absence of explicit resolution to divest at present from Dollarama's from the SMU's investment in Dollarama does not preclude the possibility of that becoming a development of a campaign. If, for instance, having taken a more institutional route, or at least a route that includes institutional channels, that comes up to be that ends up being unfruitful. Like, I think that it would be reasonable to defer to the student campaigners who are kind of leading the campaigning against the unscrupulous practices of Dollarama Inc. to kind of identify like what the most appropriate strategies are. And I can say quite certainly that Samuel definitely knows all about divestment and divestment strategies, and is not like a stranger to that as an advocacy tool. So the point is not that divestment is completely off the table as a result of this motion, and far from it.
All right, VP Finance.
Thank you. So I understand that the intention right now is not to divest, but at any point in the future, if that does become something that your council does want to pursue, the Finance Committee is mandated to review our investments kind of towards the end of the year to ensure that they align with SMU's policies and positions, and they can definitely make a recommendation to the board in terms of that. And then I'll conclude by noting that all forms of divestment do have to go through board. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, VP Finance. VP External.
Sorry, my hand, it should not be out.
No worries. Are there any other individuals wishing to participate in debate at this time? With that, we will move to a vote. I will just get the voting form open.
Madam Speaker, may I move to vote by unanimous consent?
All right, we have a move to vote by unanimous consent. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Collins. Is there any opposition? Hearing none. We'll move by vote by unanimous consent. With that, is there any opposition to the motion itself? Seeing none, we'll note that it has been passed with unanimous consent. All right, moving on the agenda, we will next move on to item 8, announcements. All individuals with announcements can indicate so at this time. We'll begin with SMU President. SMU President.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, my microphone was not being cooperative. Just give me 1 second. I'm loading my internet's being slow. If there's any other announcements, let them go first. And
Okay, sounds good. We'll next go to Councillor Wan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So, hello everyone.
On February the 3rd, the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences is hosting a panel event discussing different perspectives on Sir William Osler, one of McGill's most famous graduates from the Faculty of Medicine, particularly in the 21st century. Topics of discussion included a discussion on whether historical figures like Osler should be assessed based on current societal values. So for more information about the event, please visit the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences website or Facebook page for the link to the event. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs.
Yep, so 2 announcements actually. First and foremost, this is just a reminder because I have heard that in some classes, professors are still recommending that students purchase course packs, and that students are just purchasing course packs on their own. Just a reminder, they are offered for free through the library. That was like a pretty big project last semester, and I would hate for that to be underutilized, especially if we want that project to continue into future years. So I would really appreciate it if you could spread the word. I know it's kind of late now that ad drop has passed, but just in case anyone has missed it, they are all offered for free through the library. And if they're not currently in the collection, the library will get it for you digitally. Second announcement, the Senate caucus is assembling a working group to amend the internal regulations of representation and advocacy. And while those particular IRs don't interact a lot with council, I'm still open to any new membership. So if anyone would be interested in sitting on another working group, just let me know. I think we're meeting for the first time next week on Thursday from 1 to 3, I think. Or sorry, 1 to 2. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs. We'll next go to VP Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to give a reminder to everyone on council that if you are thinking about levying a fee or bringing a fee to the upcoming referendum, just to make sure to come chat with me. My inbox is always open, just shoot me an email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VP Finance. Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to share there's dental student at the Faculty of Dentistry. Several dental students are hosting this Move for Outreach. It happens as of first week of February 1st. It's a 1-hour online fitness wellness class, and it's offered every week or two on Tuesday at 7 p.m. for a great cost of dentistry outreach, which is a McGill's nonprofit organization that provides free and reduced cost dental care for diverse members of the Montreal community who have the limited or no access to care. And it will be offering boot camps, yoga, and various activities that's related to moving and wellness. The class will be free, but we just suggest a minimum donation of $5 so that it could go help treat those in need. So if you have any questions, send me an email or let me know, and then I can send you further links to the information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll next go to SSMU President. SSMU President? Okay, we will come back to SSMU President. Yep.
Yeah, sorry. It was my internet's breaking out, so I wasn't sure which person you were referring to. But yeah, so this is just a announcement that the SSMU executive nominations begin on February 1st. So anyone who's interested in running can contact elections@smu.ca for further information.
All right, thank you very much, SSMU President. Councillor Williamson.
Hey everyone, I just wanted to let you guys know about the nonprofit community service fair that AUS and CAPS is holding jointly. It's on February 2nd from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. This is not limited to art students. There's going to be a lot of really cool different people and organizations there. I believe it is on CAPS website, but if you are interested, you can book up one-on-one video chats with people, send me an email, and I would love to talk to you about it.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. I believe I have the last announcement, so I'll just announce that as discussed, accountability survey for executives at large is still ongoing. It's going to be reposted again on SSMU social media, and so this is just collecting responses from the society at large regarding the executive's performance as a whole, not only just their performance in legislative council as councillors. So I would greatly appreciate, as well as the accountability committee would greatly appreciate it, if you guys could all share once the post is reshared, and I will share it on my own Facebook. Once that is shared, that you share it with either your constituencies or your faculty councils. But with that, are there any other announcements at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 9. Before proceeding into confidential session, I'm just going to ask McCall. McCall, did you manage to send the confidentiality agreement? all individuals with questions can indicate so now. All right. Seeing none, we'll move on to item 11, recess and consent items. I am going to note that our 10-minute recess has come and gone, and so with that, we are going to extend the 5-minute consent item recess to a 10-minute to reflect that. But momentarily, I will have the voting form open for the consent vote. And with that, we will begin recess at 21:21 and end at 21:31. I'm pleased to announce that 3 out of our 5 items up for consent approval were approved with unanimous consent. They were the motion regarding the accessibility policy and the creation of the accessibility committee, the motion regarding amendments to the nominating committee terms of reference, and the motion regarding amendments to accountability committee terms of reference. The 2 remaining motions that did not receive consent approval and thus will be coming to Legislative Council for debate and discussion this evening are the motion concerning the Quebec curfew's disproportionate impact on unhoused individuals, as well as the motion regarding the academic wellness proposal. With that, we will move on to item 13, new business. We will first begin with item 13A, notice of motion regarding a policy on harmful military technology 2021-0128. And to motivate this, we have VP External.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So this policy, this notice of motion seeks to adopt a policy on harmful military technology and the military industrial complex more broadly, the point of which is to establish more concrete directives with respect to the SMU's commitment to a campus free from harmful military technology, and also more broadly advocacy against harmful military technology. So as all of the councillors will be aware, Students for Peace and Disarmament gave a presentation, the Disarmament 101 2 weeks ago at Council, where they mentioned the working group to draft this policy. So the working group has concluded its work in consultation with several relevant stakeholders, including the Equity Commissioners of the SMU, the Sustainability Commission of the SMU, as well as representatives of the engineering and science faculties. So the intention of the policy is to, define these terms: harmful military technology, harmful military research, military industrial complex, and then identify points of advocacy for both university facing and external facing advocacy. So that's kind of the nature of this policy. Take a look through it and come back with any questions, suggestions, concerns for our next session. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, VP External. With that, this motion will come back to Legislative Council to be questioned, debated, and scrutinized upon and voted. With that, we'll move on to item 12B, notice of motion regarding a position on institutions of public safety, 2021-0128. We also have VP External to motivate.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So this motion seeks to establish a position on institutions of public safety, primarily concerning policing and other such institutions of the criminal justice system. So this motion has been sparked, I guess, by the uprisings against anti-Black violence, especially police violence, and the overrepresentation of marginalized peoples within the criminal justice system, or more broadly in interacting with the criminal justice system. So the response that is being brought as a notice of motion for this council, or rather for next week's council, is to adopt a position broadly treating on institutions of public safety and their relationship to and interaction with marginalized peoples, which is defined and outlined within the position. The position has been drafted in collaboration and consultation with several of the relevant stakeholders concerning the individuals or the social groups outlined within the policy. So that includes consultations and collaborative work with the Equity Commissioners, the Indigenous Affairs Commissioner, the Black Affairs Commissioner, the Anti-Sexual Violence Mobilization and Advocacy Commissioner, the AVCs, the Mental Health Advocacy Coordinator, the Affordable Student Housing Committee, the VPUA, the UGE, and the BSM. So it's important that the Council adopts a position on institutions of public safety in order to respond to and advocate on this issue in like a coherent, formally established manner. And so, yeah, so again, take notice of this position and bring back your comments, suggestions, amendments to next council session. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, VP External. Once again, this motion will come back to Legislative Council to be questioned, debated, and voted upon. With that, we'll move on to item 12C, motion condemning the Quebec curfew's disproportionate impact on unhoused individuals. And with this, to motivate, we have Councillor Morali.
Hi, everyone. So obviously this motion was written and submitted before the curfew was overturned by the Quebec Superior Court. However, I've submitted an amendment to the dais that just amends it to address the government's pandemic response in general and its lack of care and empathy towards unhoused individuals and other vulnerable groups. Obviously, the court deciding to exempt unhoused individuals from the curfew is very different from the actual government deciding to do that. And so we believe there's other issues that need to be addressed, especially how the reduced capacity of shelters has impacted unhoused individuals, especially in Montreal. And just to, in general, oppose the way the government has consistently ignored and devalue the lives of those experiencing homelessness.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Morali. With that, we'll enter into question period. All individuals with questions at this time can raise their hand. Councillor Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask if the updated, amended motion is available anywhere because I wasn't able to find it on the drive.
I believe that it should be very shortly. Yeah, our governance manager and current parliamentarian is doing so now. If you would like, we can briefly highlight the changes that were made.
Yes, please.
Okay, Councillor Morali, would you like to do so? We can, and then our parliamentarian can just scroll.
Yeah, so I changed the title to just address the pandemic response in general, as opposed to just the curfew. Yeah, if you scroll down, I just changed the language. Again, anytime I mentioned curfew, I switched it to be more general. I added another paragraph to the background and rationale that addresses the court decision. And yeah, other than, changing direct references to curfew to more general references to pandemic response, and why we think the curfew isn't enough, why we think the court ruling isn't enough. Those are all the changes. Nothing super major.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Morali. Councillor Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Councillor Morali. So I have a question that's about the motion in general. So the title and preamble of the motion specifically mentions unhoused people, who are the subject also of the latest announcements by the provincial and municipal governments, and also of the Honourable Chantal Massa's ruling. However, I noticed that in the motion, especially in the be it resolved clauses, migrant workers and populations are added as an additional group. Could you please provide some context for this addition? Thank you.
Councillor Morali?
Yeah, can I yield my time to the VP External?
Yep, VP External.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Both councillors, one councillor Morali. So this motion also includes within the resolutions migrant workers, I think. I see within the first two clauses. Yeah, so the point, the rationale is simply migrant workers have also been disproportionately impacted by the curfew, and so this is with respect to first of all the often precarious housing situations of migrant workers, and also with respect to the precarious occupational or employment situations that migrant workers, and when I say migrant workers, I mean primarily the kinds of migrant workers who work in low income jobs, low income occupations, and who are subject to the sorts of unscrupulous labor practices that we recently heard a lot about. So temporary foreign workers, chiefly or principally, and so because the curfew also relates to by virtue of being a curfew, migrant workers whose employment situations are more vulnerable than should really be the case, may often be caught in a situation where they are either working where they're working or returning from work like much later than the curfew, than the curfew's implementation, and then secondarily with respect to precarious housing conditions that certain of these, especially temporary foreign workers, will face. So it's, I guess, a specific kind of temporary foreign worker. Sorry, do I have an echo?
Very slight, but it's not bad.
You could hear and understand me.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, so that's the rationale for it being included in the resolution. Yeah, I appreciate that it wasn't clearly justified within the background or rationale.
All right, thank you very much, VP External and Councillor Morali. Are there any other questions at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to debate. All individuals wishing to participate in debate can indicate so at this time. Councillor Wan.
Thank you. I'd like to suggest an amendment to the motion. Based on the original motion that was primarily focused around the curfew, I had suggested this motion, but I feel that it is still appropriate given the context of the response. So my clause would be as such. I'll post in the chat so it's easier for the dais to post. But essentially it states...
Councillor Wan, I'm just going to ask that if you also send it to me like PM on Facebook, just because I can't copy and paste Zoom amendments.
Will do. I'll read it first, though. The clause would be it further resolved that the Legislative Council support the ruling of the Honourable Chantal Masse of the Superior Court of Quebec to suspend the curfew's application to unhoused people.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Wan. I will get that, and I will... Nicole, I assume you can't copy and paste it either?
No, I cannot, but I'll type it out.
Okay. All right, while our parliamentarian is typing it out, are there any other individuals wishing to participate in debate at this time? I'm just going to ask both the mover and seconder if this amendment is acceptable to you, like friendly. So
Yep.
VP External. VP External?
Reese Tanyab.
Senator Darianani.
Motion to call the question by unanimous consent. On the motion.
We haven't yet entered 5 minutes of debate, so we can't call the question yet. So, Councillor Wan?
Apologies, but I believe we are in debate since a motion was to amend was just moved.
No, I understand that, but we have not yet spent 5 minutes. We're nearing 5 minutes, but we haven't, and until we've reached 5 minutes, you can't suspend the rules. Councillor Wan?
I have another, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have another suggestion for a new clause, or a modification for an existing clause, rather, sorry. I'll also post it in the chat and share it to you on Facebook Messenger.
Okay. All right, Councillor Wan, you may read it. Okay, so the amendment is as follows. Be it resolved that the Legislative Council condemn the applicability of the Government of Quebec's pandemic response towards marginalized communities, and particularly unhoused people and migrant workers. And we will get that up momentarily.
Point of order.
Councillor Raleigh?
Are we to treat these two amendments as one amendment from Councillor Wan?
Yes, we're going to, yes. So first off, I'm taking them as friendly. And so assuming if they're friendly by you, then they won't be voted on formally. If they aren't friendly, then there's no issue if they aren't friendly to you and you'd rather enter into a debate on it. But currently the be it further resolved, the one that's currently highlighted, that passed by friendly consent, so to speak. But this one has not yet.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, so I'm going to ask both Councillor Morali and VP External, is this amendment friendly?
Reese Emsa.
Yes.
Excellent. Are there any other individuals wishing to participate in debate at this time then? Councillor Wan?
My apologies, I have a third amendment to propose. I'll once again post it both in the chat and send it to you through Messenger.
Okay.
So I'll read it out loud as well. Be it further resolved that the SSMU Executive Committee be mandated to issue a communication articulating the SSMU's condemnation of the applicability of Government of Quebec's pandemic response towards marginalized communities, in particular unhoused people and migrant workers.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Wan. I'll ask the VP External and Councillor Raleigh if this is acceptable to you.
Read Zedel.
Thank you very much, Councillor Raleigh.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Wan?
Sorry, I forgot to unraise my hand.
No worries. All right, with that, are there any other individuals wishing to participate in debate? Seeing none, we will move to a vote. I will get the voting form open and
Motion to vote by unanimous consent.
voting period has now opened, so once voting period has opened, we won't entertain motions to change voting. We'll announce closure of voting in 15 seconds. All right, with that, we'll announce the closure of voting. With 26 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 abstentions, the motion has been approved. With that, we will move on to item 13D, motion regarding the academic wellness proposal of 2021-0128. And to motivate, we have the VP Student Life. VP Student Life?
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to yield my time to the mental health commissioner if I can.
Yeah. Mental health commissioner, before motivating, can you just spell your name for the purpose of the minutes, please?
Yeah, so it's Julia Caddy, JuliaCaddy. I go by she, her pronouns. So regarding the motion for the academic wellness proposal, I did want to start out by making a sort of disclaimer that previous conversations have focused on the Wellness World portal. However, it's important to note that this is only a minor part of the current proposal. So I hope we can focus discussion on the proposal itself. Now, onto that proposal. The general idea and focus here is to take an upstream approach to the state of mental health in our students, that reflecting the studies that continue to show that academic pressures and expectations are the #1 cause for distress, and that being exacerbated amongst the McGill population. For this proposal, although it started out as an addendum to course outlines or syllabi, it was quickly realized that the scope needed to be expanded, both so that it has effect and so that, it can really reach its full opportunity as we pursue it with the respective stakeholders. We've been having a working group running for the past couple months, and similarly have been doing consultations with specific student populations, as well as the mental health roundtable that convenes approximately every month. Bringing it to legislative council is largely in order to get institutional endorsement, both so that we have the ability to continue this in years to come for institutional memory, but also because we will be looking to move it through the ranks and eventually look for an acceptance through Senate. And so in our path moving forward, we will need support from counselors here, from senators, and anyone involved with committees of Senate in order to gain support for specific proposals within. And so with that, the details of that is outlined in the proposal in the next step section, as well as further information on the studies and the consultations done for this proposal. I encourage anyone to ask me questions about the contents of it. If you do have questions about things like Wellness World or other parts of the mental health portfolio, I do just ask that you save that for later or send me an email. But overall, this proposal is not just for the academic wellness proposal, it is also for a corresponding guiding principles document. The two do work together, but in order to keep each document more concise and more readable, we've separated it with the academic wellness proposal linking to this other document. Similarly, I suppose, in order to keep our documents in a consolidated place, The goal today is to include the academic wellness proposal and the guiding principles within the current SMU mental health policy and plan. The proposal we're making is in alignment with Section F of the plan, and so adding it as an appendix would be relevant, and is a big part of why we have pursued this in the first place. So with that, I welcome anyone that does have questions on the motion.
All right, thank you very much, Julia. With that, we will enter into question period. We will begin with Councillor Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks very much, Commissioner Caddy, as well as the VP Student Life and Councillor Williamson and everyone else who's been part of this. I am generally in favor of this fantastic proposal. I do, however, have some questions surrounding the section on the promotion and maintenance of wellness world, just a few questions. So first off, back in October, there was a motion that was proposed and passed that was about the increase in scope of the mental health fee. And as such, given the current circumstances, are there still plans to increase the fee from 40 cents to $1.66 per semester in the upcoming referendum to fund Wellness World?
Councillor Juan, I'm just going to know on your latter half, I think we've already discussed that Wellness World in its form in its previous form that we debated is not going forward. I think VP Student Life spoke about it at a previous legislative council. But moving on, I'll either let the Mental Health Commissioner or VP Student Life to answer.
Yeah, no, I can respond quickly to that. In terms of Wellness World, you may remember that back when the referendum was brought up, it was brought up by, I believe, a certain councillor, I don't remember who, that ideally this would be something funded by McGill. And not the students. And luckily that is the path we are currently on. So it's moved towards a collaborative project with student services. That also unfortunately means battling the bureaucracy, and it's in the hands of procurement and IT. So long story short, it is a project that's moving forward, but the specific referendum for a fee increase for SMU students to be paying is not something that we'll be moving forward with this semester due to the different route we're taking.
All right, thank you very much. Julia, are there any other individuals with questions at this time? Councillor Juan.
Thank you very much. I actually have a few more questions again about Wellness World. So if anyone has questions, I would like to yield my time to them first, but if not, and if the Mental Health Commissioner doesn't mind, I will continue.
Are there any other questions at this time? Seeing none, Councillor Juan.
Thank you very much. So this question is about questions that were previously raised about Wellness World, including the absence of performance metrics, the lack of user feedback, and the absence of a French portal, which would likely benefit or which may have an impact on McGill's implementation. Since then, has there been any update with regards to new information to this effect?
Julia?
Yeah, no, all great questions. Let me try and get to each of them. So first of all, in terms of user feedback, as well as like specific metrics, a couple things I'll highlight. Through the process of collaborating with student services, we spent the months of November and December doing, what's the word I'm looking for? Seeing different companies present their solutions. And so we had 4 different companies present, and many of those, in fact, all of them except Wellness World, were companies and projects that had been going on for multiple years. However, despite that, we found that our needs were still best met by Wellness World due to its student-friendly nature. In addition to that comparison process in terms of user feedback, now that we are halfway through the academic year, the implementation at the University of Ottawa has been in progress. And so while we don't have the specific numbers on their school, overall, the reception has been positive, and as we move forward, we will look for more specific data to share. But what I can say is that we benefit from the fact that they have been receiving feedback, not just positive feedback, but also specific feedback about those aspects that can be improved and personalized for when we do implement it in a McGill context. And then in relation to the question about French a French version of the portal. The lucky thing is University of Ottawa also is largely French speaking, or at least most of their students are bilingual. And so because of that, it is being expected that the portal will be available in both languages. So while we will generally be catering to like in terms of events and stuff, largely those will be offered in English, etc. There will be French, there will be access available in French, just as it is in English for the portal itself. I hope that answers the questions. Let me know if I missed anything.
Thank you very much, Councillor Juan.
Well, thanks very much, Commissioner Caddy, for both yourself and your team's work addressing all the questions. It must have been a lot of work, so I really appreciate it. My last question is with regards to existing services at McGill already, including the Student Wellness Hub and Keep Me Safe. So do you see Wellness World having a conflicting role with these services, or would there be more of a synergistic collaborative role? Thank you.
Julia?
Yeah, great question. So Wellness World ultimately does not in any way replace or duplicate the offerings of our current resources. The thought that it might do so probably requires further looking into exactly what we hope to bring with Wellness World, particularly the ability to better orient students within the different resources available, and specifically to help them navigate to diverse and identity-specific resources that are available not only on campus, but off campus as well. With a lot of resources, especially those lesser known, we see underutilization and consequently high demand and a limited capacity for the most popular resources, for lack of better words. So really the goal here is that we're able to better utilize the resources we do have. We're able to better distribute the load of students needing support. And we're able to get them to the specific resources that'll actually leave them satisfied and with the help they need.
Thank you very much, Julia. Mo.
Would it be possible, just as mental health advocacy coordinator, for me to offer a supplemental answer to that, or would that not be allowed?
Yeah, you may.
So just to sort of elaborate on that, in my position as mental health advocacy coordinator, and in working on the academic wellness proposal here, and in my discussions with Julia regarding Wellness World, although she is the one who is primarily taking the lead on that project, as well as my other work in this role. We have encountered a lot of students who, especially from marginalized groups, don't see their needs met at the Wellness Hub, and who do not have the kind of there is no institutionalized direction for them to find not only services that are offered by, for example, SSMU, but other resources on campus as well as off-campus resources. So our hope is by having Wellness World embedded within McGill, and if you look through this proposal, by having it linked directly on my courses so that it is on the forefront of students' academic life, that they can more easily access the resources that will cater to their specific needs. I am working really diligently, both with the rest of the mental health team as well as various stakeholders on campus regarding whether they are stakeholders in mental health or in representing marginalized communities, with making sure that the hub can better serve the needs of students and all students, particularly marginalized students. But in the meantime, we feel that it is very, very necessary for Wellness World to not only exist, but we believe that its place in this larger proposal will really improve the access that students have to other mental health resources, especially when McGill cannot or refuses to provide them.
All right, thank you very much, Mo. Are there any other individuals with questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll go into debate. Are there any individuals wishing to participate in debate at this time? With that, we will enter into voting period, and the voting form is now open. We'll give 15 more seconds for voting. With that, I'll announce the closure of voting. With 26 in favor and 0 opposed and 2 abstentions, the motion has been approved. Moving on, we will move on to item 14, reports by committees. We have one report this evening, and this report by the executive committee. So, SSMU President, you may now present.
Yeah, thanks. So I think this is a pretty short report. We signed on to a few open letters, which you can see there. There was the hiring of the bar manager for when Gertz eventually opens. That's in the chat. Then we approved a few job descriptions. Sorry, I'm just trying to see if there's anything else. And then, yeah, there were a couple of contract extensions and some POS systems and equipment for Gertz, again, when it eventually opens. But I'll stand for any questions.
Great, thank you very much, SSMU President. Are there any questions on the report of the executive committee? Seeing none, we will proceed. We will move on to reports by councilors. We'll first begin with item 15A or 14A, report by the science representative. So, Councilor Sue, you may now present.
Okay, so hi everyone. Today the SUS updates, I don't have that many. So first, concerning the fall 2020 referendum, which was conducted between December 14th and 18th, the mandated quorum of 10% was met. 90.1% of the voters said yes to amendments of the SUS Constitution. Later, the motion to amend the SUS Constitution was approved. We have the upcoming 2021-2022 elections. The electoral calendar was approved. The appointed positions package is to be sent out this week, maybe tomorrow, I'm not too sure. And then other motions that were approved were a motion to ratify the amended constitution of the ASUS, motion regarding the adoption of the SUS departmental event restriction policy, and I already talked about the motion to approve the SUS election calendar. So concerning academics, our VP academic made a master post that is basically what should I do if I feel like a class is being unfair, which includes all the Winter 21 regulations for the Faculty of Science. I put the link right there. There's also a survey for online science classes that we would love your feedback on. So the link is right there as well. And Academia Week, which is ongoing, it started on Monday. It's going to finish tomorrow. If you guys are more interested about any of the events that are happening basically tomorrow, the link is there as well. Concerning events, our committee, well, basically our VP internal has decided that both science games and grad ball are to be held later, maybe in late April/May 2021, but they're gonna begin the planning soon enough. Concerning finances, in December, the payment for the Burnside basement renovations was made. And well, planning is 30% done, but we're hoping that construction will begin soon in 2021. We don't know when though. And for my personal updates, with Spin, we had an event on Saturday, well, last Saturday, Bureau Vision, which was a success considering it was a virtual event. We have another event coming up in March probably, so stay tuned for those updates. And I have a library improvement fund meeting on the 30th.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Sood. Are there any questions on the report of the science counselor? Seeing none, we will move on to the report of the dentistry counselor. Councillor Lee, you may now present.
Thank you, Madam. Hi, everyone. Hope everyone's having a good year, New Year. And so there's not too much to report from my end as well, just because it's just the start of the year. Everything's kind of resuming back to its own course. So this is from the period of 2020 November 2nd to 2021 January 24th. So for our Dental Students Society, we're doing a voting for the referendum on increasing the student membership fee to held on February 1st. This is so that it's to increase the student membership fee for DSS to allow improve student space, to subsidize DSS social activities and events, to contribute to MSS social activities that we collaborate with, and to raise the class council fund allocations. In addition to that, we're also looking to train the representatives to our equity committee, and that'll be held in February. And as well as we are continuously evaluating various ways for our society to host social events with like while maintaining social distance protocols, and for our wellness committee as well. Moving on to my committee activities. So as a legislative council, the funding committee has resumed the weekly meetings and to evaluate funding applications. There is still no meeting yet for health and dental committee. And as a dentistry center, I'm sitting on the university health and safety committee, and that had resumed its bi-monthly meetings on January 25th, and it was mainly about discussing the communication flow of the case management group with for individuals with COVID-19 symptoms in the campus. And lastly, the last group that I'm sitting on is course evaluation advisory group, but that still has no meeting yet. So that's pretty much sums up my report, and I stand for any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions on the report of Councillor Lee? Seeing none, we will move on. We will next move on to the report of Councillor Karasik Arts. Councillor Karasik, you may now present.
All right, my internet connection seems to be a little unstable, so if I cut out or disappear, that's going to be why. So to go over my report, I've finally, now the ad drop's over, actually just gone with my old arts, my old office hours of 1:30 to 4 on Mondays. So luckily that hasn't had to change. If you need to reach me, that's where, or an email. In terms of changes, AUS Ledge Council happened on Tuesday. I said there's a single motion. I lied. There were 4 late motions that showed up out of nowhere. So that was a thing. Went on a lot longer than I expected for that reason. otherwise wasn't that eventful other than those 4 motions. Moving on though, personal. So committees are still on. They've been meeting. CBRC, the AUS Governance Committee, they've been hard at work looking over a few of the constitutions, as well as continuing to look at the AUS MOA. Moving on, CGRC, the next meeting is scheduled for tomorrow. Can't really tell you much on that otherwise. Other than that, I am looking forward to, as Lauren mentioned, when we have the actual like consultations. Looking forward to that. Moving on, BombCom met yesterday, discussing stuff about 3501 Peel, amongst other things. Very interesting, very informative meeting. Board of Directors continues to exist. Things continue to happen. It exists. I sit on it. It's really all there is to say, honestly. Arts Faculty Council met on Tuesday the 23rd. It was a rather memorable committee, to put it in one way. First of all, it's the first time we learned that the Dean of Arts, Antonia Maiori, had gone on leave and was replaced by Jim Engel-Warnick as the acting Dean of Arts. We don't, as far as I know more specifics on it other than that, but it is something to pass on. And yeah, other business. I've been trying to clean up the Google Drive for Arts Rep 2 because it is an absolute disaster. Nobody has ever even tried to put folders. I've also made a new folder so I can put stuff for incoming counselors. I hope to share with all the other Arts Rep emails, just stuff like all the previous exit reports, any relevant kind of reports or motions that should be consulted, and I hope to have that done probably within the next month or 2. And I've also started writing my exit report. That's about it. I stand for any questions other than that.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Krosick. Are there any questions on the report of the Arts Councillor? Seeing none, we'll move on to the report of the engineering representative. It's Councillor Reid.
Sorry, I believe that's Councillor Kirksu.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Yep, Councillor Kirksu. Councillor Kirksu? Councillor Kirksu? All right, well, we're going to note that Councillor Kirksu is in the Zoom call. Can we have a motion to table this until... No, we'll try again next, just right after the next report.
Motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith and Senator Parsons. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, we'll come back to it. Councillor Bonin, Law.
Hello everyone, not too much to report that has changed, but I do have an update. So last time you folks asked about Coffee House and how you can access it. So I got the answers. I reached out to our VP Special Events to see if non-law students could join, and the answer was an overwhelming yes, and we would love for them to come. So they said the best way to get the link would be to DM the LSA AED on Facebook, but you can also just search Coffee House on each event. They make one every week, which is fantastic. They do things like Among Us, club events, etc. It's a good way if you're bored on a Thursday night, although I know you're not always bored on Thursday nights because we're doing this for several hours. But if you're not doing this, then you can do that. So let's say every 2 weeks. Our VP partnership's been really busy planning firm events. So I don't know if a lot of you know how law works, but every year there's visits to firms, usually in person. You go to restaurants, you go to bars with like lawyers and firms, and all that's happening online right now. So they're really, really busy doing that. Our VP partnerships as well as even VP events are helping out. I put some special plugs in for some events. So the Black Law Student Association has an upcoming event about colonial violence, February 4th at 6. The Muslim Law Student Association has a commemoration of the Quebec City mosque shooting this Friday, which is tomorrow at 12:30. All these events are on Facebook, by the way. Some interesting other things like the McGill Law Students Yoga Club. We have every Tuesday coffee. And there's been a lot of work on webinars with renowned lawyers. So there's one February 9th at 1 about the story of David Millicard, he was wrongfully convicted, and I believe he was in jail for 23 years for a murder he didn't commit. So if that stuff interests you guys, go ahead. Our meetings are weekly for executives, bi-weekly for council. Everything's virtual, obviously. And for our constitution, our president, who actually used to be on LC, Beatrice Mackey, she's been working really, really hard with her team on constitutional reform, and they're doing, hopefully we'll have that come out this semester. So yeah, I'm here for questions.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Bowden. Are there any questions on the report of the law representative? Senator Parsons.
Is law yoga open to everyone? That sounds like a time.
Listen, I'm sure they would be more than happy to have you. So just watch out, because sometimes there's two kinds of law yogas. There's the one that I put here, which is the McGill Law Students Yoga Club. And then there's the law yoga with the firm partners that I don't think you'd want to go to. So it's really just because now we can't really do anything with the actual firms in person. So they're trying to be like new and upcoming, and you'll literally go and there'll be like a partner from a law firm there, like guiding yoga. I don't think you want to go to that one. So the Law Student Yoga Club, yes, but the partner one, don't recommend it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bonin, are there any other questions on the report? With that, we will revert back to the report of Councillor Kirksue. Councillor Kirksue, whenever you're ready.
Madam Speaker, it's occurred to me that Aleph is that Councillor Kirksue's in Turkey right now. It is 6:20 a.m. over there, and it's possible that she's not up for that, awake.
Okay, with that.
I would volunteer to give I could talk through the report. I haven't seen it before, but I could just orate what's on it.
Is there any opposition to Councillor Reid presenting the report? Hearing none, Councillor Reid.
Okay, everybody. So this is our engineering report on the state of EUS affairs going into the winter semester. So first order of business is Happy New Year. EUS Council has had 4 meetings since the last report and has had a successful election period for the Board of Governors. So 2 members at large were elected, and a new chair was selected for the term. New alumni members are now being selected by the selection committee, and 3 members at large were elected from the EUS Council. All 8 of our departments had their academic forums. We had networking events. We have network events coming up as well. We finalized the budget allocations for design teams, clubs, committees for the winter semester. The budget's been cut significantly due to lack of profit, but we usually get from OAP. But the proposed budgets were all approved. So we had a discussion about exploring sponsorship opportunities with Huawei. That was tabled indefinitely because there were sort of conflicts about what the company's been doing in the past and its affiliations and how that would play in a sort of Western market context. The EUS passed a motion for the new IRP, and the board ratified it so that we can continue being the signatories on the faculty-specific IRP. We had discussions with the Engineering Student Center about publications and communications between MESC and students. MESC and ECC focus on career advising and any academic related stuff for the students. And then we had another town hall meeting with Jim Nicel focusing on plans for winter semester. Participation was high for that, and a lot of questions about the labs and the studios that and the studios and projects that require certain in-person sessions. Madam Speaker, how long is the rest of this document?
It's quite, you have 2 more pages.
Quite thorough, okay. Is it okay if I sort of give the highlights?
Yeah, we're going to extend your time. So can we have a motion to extend Councillor Reed's time?
So moved.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson and Councillor Smith. By how long?
2 minutes. I don't want him to be up too late.
Councillor Williamson, is that okay with you?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the 2-minute extension has been granted.
I excuse me for that. My voice is busted from doing my McMahon committee. But yeah, internal events, we don't have Blues Pub, unfortunately, which is sort of, at the core of engineering identity. But E-Week was fully online, coordinators were selected, so that happened. And yeah, the internal portfolio is sort of getting a shift because there's going to be a new VP of events. For academics, EPTS is happening. Tech Fair has taken place online, always exciting. And the winter one will be online as well. And then we allocated the annual engineering undergraduate student fund. Comms-wise, we have a new committee for visual arts, and then some big initiatives for renovating the EUS wiki that you can see there. Externally wise, the MEC happened, and the winners got applied to the Canadian engineering competition. Pretty hype. And then for the Board of Governors, we have now a consistency of, for academics, executives, 2 alumni members, a chair, 7 members at large, and the EUS senator, which was something that was sort of revised over the course of the last semester. Every member has a mandate that they establish in their term, and yeah. Personal, LF has mostly been involved with policy and governance side of the EUS. You just scroll down. Preparing accessibility guidebooks for EUS events, drafting a bursary bylaw to ensure EUS events are financially accessible, and then budgeting can be followed accordingly by departmental societies and clubs and committees. And then last points, we don't have any certainty on OAP 2021, but EUS has released 2 statements regarding sexual violence and mental health resources, and EUS Equity has been continuously working on providing resources and handling complaints. And lastly, our next EUS Council is on February 10th at 6 p.m.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Reed. Are there any questions on the report of Councillor Kirksue? Seeing none, thank you very much, Councillor Reed, for presenting in her absence. We'll move on to reports by executives. We'll begin with item 16A, report of the President. SMU President, you may begin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So myself and the governance manager have been meeting with the governing documents researcher about some constitutional changes and also implementing a code of conduct. So that's going pretty well. For advocacy and representation, there's the weekly Senate caucus meetings. We also had a very short Senate. It's pretty procedural, so yay for timing, I guess. The Joint Board Student Forum, so that's the Board of Governors, which is Student Forum, was canceled because there were only 3 students between PGSS Mac Campus and SMU signed up for it, so that will not be happening this year. I participated in a sustainability interview with, I believe it's a PhD student and an assistant professor who are working on contributing towards some book, but basically they're interviewing a bunch of people on the McGill campus, including admin and students on some sustainability things. So that was really cool. I'm still drafting the committee terms of reference for the 5-year plan. Basically, I made the progress on that because my week was super busy, but it will be coming as a notice of motion for next council, and I'm saying that so I can hold myself to it, and you can all hold me to that as well. For the committees, there's the Life After Your Degree working group. They're just planning some minor events, I think, for March, if I'm not mistaken, but there's going to be another meeting next week, so we'll have more to talk about that at next council. Steering committee met, BOMCOM also met, and let's see, yeah, for meetings, we met with Rees, which is, I'm sure some of the other executives are going to talk about it, but it was a really interesting meeting regarding a sexual violence reporting mechanism. So yeah, I'm sure again some of the other executives might talk to it. I met with the new bar manager just to talk about their plans for GERTS. There was the all-staff meeting for the full-time SMU staff. Myself and the VP Finance met with Student Care, which are insurance provider, about the law protection plan, which I believe we mentioned definitely at some point last semester. I can't remember when the last time we mentioned it was. And then the Vice President University Affairs and Vice President External and I met with the new McGill Black Affairs Liaison, and that was a really good meeting. I'm excited to see them in their role. And then again, myself and the Vice President of Finance met with Student Care about the telemedicine. So I open the last thing before I end. It's not on my report, but it'll be in my report for next council because it hasn't happened yet. But tomorrow I'm participating in a town hall with the leader of the Green Party about how COVID has impacted students and what the government can do to support them. So that's tomorrow. Looking forward to that. So I'll stand for questions.
All right, thank you very much, SMU President. We'll begin with Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the SMU President took my initial question and answered already. So I'll ask my second question. How does one register for that?
I can, let me see if I can drop the link in the chat. But I'll drop it, the link in the chat. I have it. Yeah, it's at 3 p.m. tomorrow Eastern time.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Karasik.
I'm just curious, is it, you mentioned the Green Party, is it the federal Green Party or the provincial?
The federal Green Party.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any further questions on the report of the President? Seeing none, we will move on. We'll next move on to the report of the Vice President, University Affairs. VP University Affairs, you may begin.
Hello. Okay. So this report is fairly short. It's not that I didn't do a lot. It's just that most of it didn't really go anywhere. But anyway, I have stuff to report on. So research-wise, I'm helping the IAC to hire a new Indigenous equity researcher. For the Senate, USAP, the policy working group is still meeting. We've been discussing regulations surrounding assessments for the ADRA period lately. It is a slow-moving working group, but nonetheless, Senate met on January 20th, and as the President mentioned, it was a very short meeting. No motions and questions were proposed. However, the Committee on Libraries did present a cool report that really stressed the importance of OERs, although they didn't give any credit to us. So I guess kind of a mixed bag. Anyway, the steering committee organized a working group to plan the generative discussion on student experience with remote learning. So we're still deciding on questions, but that is kind of coming out of my work with the CSS. Speaking of the CSS, we formed a working group reviewing the CSS terms of reference, and we've been considering an expanded scope, really actually like a whole bottoms-up reimagining of the committee, which is really exciting because I think it has a lot of potential. But nonetheless, yeah, we've been meeting, I think, twice weekly to look at the mandate. I've also been working with the law senator, who's also the student rights researcher, to pass a Senate motion, which would institutionalize Queer History Month. So we're hoping that that would kind of interest and continued support from the university for Queer History Month, because right now it kind of occupies a very informal and unofficial space, which we would like to correct. So the Senate caucus, last week we consulted with the VP External on the positions on institutions of public safety, which was, I think, presented as a notice today. And we also assembled a working group, as I mentioned, to revise the internal regulations of representation and advocacy. And as I said, we're open to new members, so if you're interested in that, just let me know. For equity and advocacy, the board ad hoc committee on naming, you all saw the preliminary report. I won't get into detail on that, but we are just essentially putting the finishing touches on the actual names themselves. For equity infrastructure, I actually forgot to put it in my report, but I should probably talk about REASE, which is a online reporting tool for sexual violence that we are looking at implementing within our sexual violence framework as a kind of alternate reporting stream. Anyway, those discussions are ongoing, and I will update everyone accordingly. So I also conducted university affairs training for the Black Affairs Commissioner. That was cool. Revised the accessibility policy. Thank you all for approving that. That's great. The hiring process for the accessibility commissioner is still ongoing. I've started bi-weekly meetings with the equity commissioners to provide the equity policy. If anyone wants to join in on that, you're all going to do so too. And we actually finished, we wrapped up interviews for the gender and sexuality commissioner today. So we should have someone in that position within probably the next few days. And for general campus advocacy, if people haven't seen, the J Board finally returned the reference that I submitted in August regarding the 2016 reference regarding the legality of the BDS motion and similar motions. Yeah, they finally returned that reference. It looks really good. I'm very happy with their decision. And then finally, academic resources. Currently, me and the OER coordinator are working to draft a short list of potential future courses for new OER packs and, of course, new OER assistants. So if anyone has any ideas of like general first-year courses that a lot of people take and that maybe have like required textbooks or like need a lot of information that needs to be, or documents that need to be purchased, that isn't already covered by our existing OER like course collection, please let me know, because we're currently in the process of just going through like required course lists for all of the biggest majors, which is kind of slow going. So I would really love some suggestions if anyone has them. Anyway, that is it for my last 2 weeks. If anyone has any questions or concerns or criticisms, I guess, I will hear them out. And if not, thank you all for listening to me as always.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs, are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 15C, a report of the Vice President of Finance. So VP Finance.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is the report of the VP Finance for the period of January 15th through January 28th. So we'll start with general finance and accounting. So the finance committee is, I guess, done their investigation into SMU student fee policies. As you all saw, the report is complete and it can be found on the SMU website as well as the folder for this evening. So now we're working on motions to fulfill some of the recommendations on the report, as well as a few other things. The 2021-2022 budget, so we're still working on that. The first drafts of all of the departmental budgets are actually complete, meaning that we're way ahead of schedule, but we're still projected to be done by February 19th. For fee renewals, so there are 12 fees up for renewal this semester. That's a lot of fees, but all the fees that are listed there, they have someone who is coordinating their renewals, so yeah, that's all taken care of. And then for the finance website is still under construction. Right now I'm focusing on just the structure and the content of the actual website, but I'm super excited for its release because I'm hoping to have it integrated with Google Drive, meaning that, like, let's say a student opens a page of accounting procedures, it will open like to a Google Doc on the actual page, meaning that if there are ever any changes to the actual accounting procedures, you don't have to go into WordPress and change all that. You can simply change a Google Doc just for future, I guess, VP finances who aren't familiar with WordPress. So for the funding committee continues to meet. We had 2 meetings in the past 2 weeks. And once again, I've included the list of approved funding applications at the bottom of the report, if anyone is curious to see those. So for clubs and service finances, starting with clubs, the fall 2020 audit deadline was on January 25th, but we've been granting a week extension for some clubs with extenuating circumstances. For services, so the service finance coordinator has been hired, which is very exciting. They'll start on Monday. And then I also included them in the budget for next year, so they'll be hired again to provide services with extra financial support. The service finance coordinator will initially focus on service credit card reconciliation and check requests, just to expedite those processes a bit more. But then in the future, they'll move towards more financial reporting as they become accustomed to the position. And then for Canada Summer Jobs Grant, so I've been working with Jane, the coordinator, on a grant to subsidize the costs of the huge summer position, which was a very cool idea. Huge shout out to them. And the deadline to apply is actually tomorrow. So I guess no one else can really apply for it unless you want to put that out tonight. But I'm definitely going to include this as a recommendation for next year's VP Finance, so they can extend the offer to all of their services, because this is a huge opportunity. For other things that are going on, so SPIN, as mentioned, one of the other reports, or in Councillor Sue's report, the second virtual SPIN event was a huge success. It was a lot of fun, and I think everyone who attended had a lot of fun. And now we are currently working on the 3rd virtual event for the semester, so stay tuned for that, because that one will be a lot of fun. That's the end of my report. Let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, VP Finance. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we will move on. We'll move on to item 15D, report of the Vice President Student Life. So VP Student Life.
Thank you very much. I'll try to keep this pretty short. So to start with, club services and ISGs. With regards to the club portal committee, another update we received demos from Campus Labs and Aventus so far, and we're waiting for the demo from Terminal 4. So far, both Campus Labs and Aventus look like really great options for the clubs portal, so we're really excited to also see what Terminal 4 has to offer. As well, activities that happened last week on the 21st and 22nd, and it was pretty successful. Turnout was lower than what we had in fall, but that's pretty normal for the winter activities night instance. Moving on, clubs committee has happened. It happened on January 18th and also the 25th. And I also had a couple meetings this week, one with CKUT to talk about their strategy for referendum in fall 2020, and also with some students interested in starting an Azerbaijani Students Association. I also had a services committee meeting, which is a committee meeting of representatives from all the services, and we discussed just like updates to the services and how someone can help. Club workshops are going to be happening on February 6th and 7th on Zoom. And so the form I've included here, there's also a lister that will go out soon. And I'm just booking a meeting with all the services now to check in, or like with each service individually to check in with them and make plans for the semester ahead. So for mental health, if you could scroll down. Thank you. For mental health, I attended a meeting with Steve Cameron, a monthly update on Keep Me Safe and the use of Keep Me Safe. So it looks like things are going pretty well. There's the rollout of the campus, or the Keep Me Safe Ambassador program, which is going to happen soon. But more info on that later. As we saw, would you mind scrolling up a little bit? I don't think I finished the mental health section.
Governance Manager?
Thank you, McCall. Could you scroll up a little bit more to the other page? Thank you. I'll just finish up the end of this. So the addendum to the mental health policy and plan, it was presented today, and thank you to Julia, Mo, and the mental health team a million times for putting it together. And as we saw today, the mental health roundtable happened last week on the 21st, and then finally Mental Health Action Week is this week, and there's a calendar of a lot of events, as you'll see on the next page. So please do attend if you have the chance. To move on to the third section, family care. So the SSMU Daycare Board of Directors meeting happened on the 26th. Shout out to Linda, who's our new daycare director and doing a great job in the role. And then also the family care policy is up for renewal this semester. I will be doing consultations quite soon for that. And then lastly, for student services and miscellaneous things, I attended the Fall Reading Week committee meeting that happened on January 18th. I also provided comment for a McGill Reporter article on Fall Reading Week. Folks probably received the MRO on that. So yeah, big shout out to everyone who worked on the Fall Reading Week break situation. It's finally come to life, even though it'll be 3 days next year. I also commented on the state of residences at McGill for the McGill Tribune. And as Jamark had mentioned, I also had an introductory meeting with Nadine, who's the new Grid Smart bar manager from now on. And the last two things, I attended this all staff meeting on the 19th, and where all the executives presented their plans to the staff. And lastly, a funding committee meeting on the 25th. That is all for me. I stand for any questions.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we will move on to our last report of the evening, the report of the Vice President External. So VP External, you may begin.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So beginning with external affairs, on the federal political end, the UCRU Governance Committee, as well as its Strategic Plan Work Group, met earlier this month, making progress on formalization of the organization. So that refers to incorporation and approving affiliation at member associations, including the SMU. So that will be discussed in the near future. The Keystone XL was cancelled. I was going to make a joke about that, but we'll move on. The provincial and municipal political affairs met with the PGSS External last week to discuss international student issues, principally international student health insurance. PGSS External is very on board with the proposal to host a public assembly on the condition of international students, so that's exciting. The agenda committee of the Interassociative did not meet on the 22nd, but we kind of coordinated things through email, so working together on that. Also did not meet the working group of the Coalition Against the PEQ, so more on that later. Met with Sensei, that's the national solution for the electoral reform proposal that we just saw. So on that, I will send out to all council members some information. Yeah, some of the informational resources that they shared with me, so we can have an informed discussion about this next session. Earlier this week, the Ministry of Higher Education announced the development of an action plan on student mental health in higher education for release in fall 2021. They held some consultations this week, and I think also last week. They didn't invite SMU because they never do that, but there is, because it's still like months away, there is still the opportunity to kind of to submit something to the ministry and try to get on their radar somehow. So I've been talking with the mental health advocacy coordinator, and so hopefully we're going to be making some progress on that. Moving on into political research and infrastructure, kind of in line with what I had just said, making some progress on provincial policy frameworks for mental health and international students. Help work with the, so the political researcher actually worked on a presentation brief for the motion on public safety institutions. So I also intend to share that with the council as well in the very near future, just to kind of help explain the nature of the proposed position, formalizing external affairs resources and guides into a potential plan or amendment to the 5-year plan. Moving on into community affairs, with respect to affordable student housing and just social housing more generally, the committee met last Monday, set a few action items, as you can read. I met with the City of Montreal and Acorn Montreal, which is a community organization on, it wasn't on the 9th of January, I think it was, I guess, the 19th of January, to discuss the proposal of Acorn Montreal for a landlord licensing system, basically mandatory licenses for landlords that would kind of set minimum standards as an accountability mechanism for landlords. So that was a very interesting meeting. Obviously, the city is like, so the city was somewhat receptive, and so there will be more to come on that. That will be a future item, probably, of the committee. With respect to Milton Park and Peter McGill, there's not really very much because there's no community affairs commissioner right now. Just began interviews this week. I just put it within Milton Park and Peter McGill, the CQUT board, and the HR committee is taking up an outsized amount of my time, unfortunately, but it's time that I shouldn't be doing SMU work anyway, so that's fine. Political campaigns, with respect to climate justice, I am looking into introducing amendments to the climate justice policy for more actionable items for external advocacy. For instance, with respect to Montreal's recently announced Plan Climat for the next decade, re-emerging campaigns, you saw both of these today. Union Affairs was recently reached out to by the youth committee of the Metropolitan Montreal CSN Council to basically identify how student associations can work together with labor unions more strongly, which is great news. And then moving on, I just had like a section on office and governance because that also takes up a lot of time in the week. Jifford mentioned, or rather the VP Finance mentioned budget submissions. So finished those at the very end of just after I submitted the last one. Onboarding, follow-up meetings with the Black Affairs Commissioner, conducting interviews for 2 positions. This next point should be within governance. So yeah, consultations for a bunch of positions, beginning consultations for a position on Bill 21 or laïcité or just freedom of religion, because we don't anymore have a position a position in force at the moment. And then a few other meetings under the other section to discuss a scholarship proposal that happened last week. A scholarship proposal for Indigenous women and Two-Spirit folks. And then 4 in fact plugs for this week and also next week. That's it.
All right, thank you very much, VP External. Are there any questions on the report of VP External? Seeing none, we will move on to adjournment. Can I have an individual motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you very much, Senator Parsons and Councillor Bonin. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, we will come to adjournment at 22:55. Thank you.
Hey, folks.
Bye, guys.
Everyone.
Good night, everyone. Later.